I don't think he was checking. I was just giving it.
No, I was not.
Oh.
All right. We are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Testing. Hello.
Hello, everyone. All right. Let us know how our audio levels are, as always. We have a great show for you guys today. Well, we have a show for you guys today. We have a show. We're going to talk about some things.
Okay.
We have the usual stooges. And then we also have today's guest, Joel of JM1 fame. So for anybody who doesn't know where JM1 came from, it's Joel.
Yes, it came from me.
He's the J.
He's the J. He's the
I
J.
am
MEM.
I am JM.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we do have a bunch of topics for you guys today, but just I want to remind folks that if you want to have your topic, or if you have a topic in mind that you want us to cover, there should be a forum link in the description below.
Yep.
Where you can
first link in the description.
Yeah, where you can post your topics, post your questions, and then we'll go through them and potentially pull them for a future live stream. Additionally, this stream is available as a podcast. I don't know if we've linked that in the description, but it is on Spotify, on Amazon. It will soon be on Apple Music. So if you don't want to look at us, which is understandable, you can listen to it in podcast form. It's called the Noise Floor Podcast. Just one other thing, actually, Griffin, do you have bingo posted in the?
Oh no, I didn't post it. Let me grab it real quick.
We'll get Headphone Show bingo going. Noise Floor bingo, I should say.
Oh, it is starting to rain something fierce.
Yeah. What was?
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I can't wear these things much longer. But consider this a preview, guys, for the sound quality of the MMX 100. I am on its mic right now.
You can go back. You can go to your HD 800, and then you can
that's
just
the
talk
plan.
about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. This was just an opening bit.
Yeah. As we go in here, guys. So here we have Headphone Show bingo, Noise Floor bingo, and I almost put you in a timeout. There we go.
Hello, Capra.
Yeah, nice to see folks in the chat. How is everybody doing today? While Blaine's not here.
I'm doing great. So people may not know this about me, but I have very similar preferences when it comes to weather as Andrew. So I am very much so like a rainy, cloudy boy.
Nice.
And you could probably tell just by the color temperature on me that it is cloudy.
It's looking good, actually.
Yeah, but it's very cloudy. I went outside on my patio earlier, and it's.
All right, every week it has to be a new one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Critical in the chat. What's up, Crin?
Oh, what's up, Crin?
And I agree. Graph bad.
Graph
it's a good
bad.
take.
Yeah.
It's a good take. What can you say? But it was warm out, and then it just started raining. So loving it.
How are you doing, Joel?
I'm doing good. It's not quite a rainy, cloudy day, but it's not a sunny day, so we're doing pretty good.
Right.
Nice.
I have no idea what it is outside. I've been too busy prepping for the stream. I think it's sunny.
I think your mic's a little quiet there, Blaine.
Oh yeah, sorry. That's because I was transitioning between mics. Is this better?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I feel like it's very on brand for Blaine to not know what the weather is outside.
Bro, I've been touching grass so fucking hard lately.
Oh, yeah, actually,
because
you're
of
right.
that.
You're right.
I have been walking an average of 6 miles a day.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. That's a lot of grass.
That is a lot of grass.
I think the walking is because you're using a treadmill, but
so
you've also been like working
it's about
outside
50-50.
Get a chance. Oh, okay, nice. Damn.
Yeah, because I mean, like, if I'm going to be walking, sometimes I'm on a treadmill just typing away, but sometimes I'm just like, fuck this, I'm going to go walk.
Yeah.
He's
okay. Should we get going? As usual, guys, big shouts to headphones.com for making all of this possible. It's a great place to learn about and potentially buy audio gear, should you so choose. Check out headphones.com if you like what we do here and want to support what we're doing. Critical says, "Oh my God, Blaine walks." All right, our topic of the day, I figure we could just launch right in, is should all headphones be tuned the same? And there's a lot in this, and I think for a lot of people, there's sort of a more flippant, basic response of no, case closed. But I think that we should maybe delve a little bit into it, because whenever we post a graph, there's inevitably some, not whenever, but like whenever there's a graph represented with Harman in mind, for example, there's a cohort of voices that don't like the representation of frequency response against a target because they feel it contains the assumption that all headphones should be tuned the same and or potentially to the Harman target. And so I want to get your guys' thoughts on that. And there's also a lot more in this to do with genre pairings that people might be considering. So for example, some people might say, hey, for this genre, this type of sound signature might work better. For this genre, this other one might work better. And I wonder if we can talk a little bit about both of those things. But yeah, just take it away, guys, like whatever you guys are thinking on this topic.
Well, I think that it's interesting because that belief of, oh, this headphone is good for EDM, this headphone is good for classical, is so prevalent. Not even like among us, like ultra nerds, but even the normies have this idea that a headphone is probably going to be good for some genre. And I think that that's probably partially due to the fact that like any audio app that has an equalizer built in is going to have some awful default presets that are given a genre label. It's like, yeah, I'll just put the rock preset on. That must mean that it's good for rock music, right? But unfortunately, I have no idea why anyone adds those EQ presets to apps because they are almost certainly going to make your music sound worse.
Yeah.
It is quite impressive that they are consistently so shit, isn't it?
Well, like, I'm convinced that they're just someone did it at some point and they all just copy each other because they think that, oh yeah, this is a feature that we've got to have.
So I've talked a little bit to someone who works at a company that publishes such presets for their transducers. I won't say who, and they did relay that in terms of like what consumers actually choose to click. Most of them don't really go used. Like most people will click the bass boost preset to see if it's an improvement. And then if it is, they'll leave it. And then if it's not, they won't. But the other ones you're talking about, like, also aren't even used. So that even further begs the question why they are still implemented. Because I think something like a bass boost or a treble boost preset does make a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. But like the genre presets do not. Not only because they sound bad, but because the changes they make don't really sound bad. What's up?
Though also because they sound bad.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that is a huge part. But it's also because the changes they make, they never really seem conducive to actually improving the experience of that genre in particular.
Yeah.
Well, does that concept even really make sense? Because you don't know what the baseline is.
Yeah, and I think that's it. It doesn't make sense from a conceptual standpoint, really, because if the artists of that genre wanted their music to sound a certain way, would they not just make their music sound that way?
But aren't artists often wrong? For example, so what I'm thinking of is, and funny enough, this is one of the presets that you will never see because it's kind of one of the more niche genres anyway. But I feel like a metal preset that reduces like 4K and increases 1K would actually help a lot of metal sound less bad.
Okay, I don't actually agree with that. Like, I
you listen to more metal than I do, actually. So
I listen to more metal than anyone here.
Yeah,
really.
I listen to zero metal. So you guys will have to clue me in as to why this is the case.
Andrew, about half of the music I listen to is metal subgenres.
Me too. It's just jazz and metal. No.
Okay, well, mine's folk and metal.
There you go.
Well, and I guess meme music.
Well, no, there's plenty of other stuff in Blaine's.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the thing is, I don't link you just all the fucking folk music and heavy metal because like this doesn't really fit the Blaine has terrible music taste meme.
Yes, it's not.
So
as
it's
fun.
like it's no fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to just send over good music.
Cameron says in the chat, you listen to metal on HD 800.
That is correct.
Okay,
and
but
I enjoy
this is actually interesting because I think that Blaine and I have we can get into this in a later topic as well, but I think Blaine and I have very different preferences for how we like metal to sound. I like it to sound quite a bit warmer than I like my jazz to sound. Like when I'm listening to jazz and that kind of stuff, I'm fine with brighter tunings, more ear gain, focused tunings. Because I find it sort of balances out what is already kind of like warmer, thicker sounds, right? So it imparts some extra clarity to those. Whereas when I'm listening to metal, I want the sort of the meatiness, the girthiness that extra low frequency provides, right? And I actually would agree that cutting 4 kilohertz, I don't know about the 1 kilohertz bit, but cutting 4 kilohertz is potentially helpful. Boosting 1 kilohertz would be helpful in situations like an HD 800 for me, at least, right? So I think we just have very different preferences for how we want that to sound.
Well, I mean, if metal doesn't sound harsh, it's not really metal is the problem. And if you're cutting
if it doesn't sound harsh, it's not black metal.
I don't listen to black metal. The thing is, like, I listen to some black fusion, like, and this film is pretty good, for example. But like, but no, I'm more of like on the folk / prog metal kind of space, and of course power metal because obligatory bad taste. Yes. But no, I mean the thing is, if you smooth that over too much, then you end up with something that doesn't sound like metal. It sounds like fucking rock.
So I just disagree with that. Like I don't think changing the tone necessarily changes the actual music.
Okay, no, I mean that's hyperbole. The only time I've ever actually heard that is Grados legitimately do make acoustic guitars sound so fucked that it could be in fucking metal. And actually, I would probably use that EQ if I would like as a music producer. But
the Grado EQ preset.
I actually think that a Grado on like a mandolin or an acoustic guitar would actually kind of go hard as an instrument effect for a song. Anyway,
you're not wrong. Actually, it does boost fairly critical areas of that instrument, being like the low mid-range fundamental warmth and the pick attack around 2 kilohertz.
Yeah, and it makes it sound completely unnatural, which again can be a good effect.
Anyway, unnatural in a way that if mixed very low could highlight the things people like to key their perception to.
We have someone in chat saying that there are audiophile metal bands. Prog metal doesn't count.
I thought you said you listened to prog metal.
I do. It's garbage.
Oh. So have we actually concluded that genre EQ is a good idea and that there should be a metal preset?
No, because most things aren't metal.
Just with
most things aren't metal though. Like most things sound good.
Yeah,
Grado doesn't sound good with metal. Is the irony?
No, it's because it's doubling up, right? Like
yes, yeah.
I think that you could say that for the most part, genre-based EQ presets are stupid, but I think that it's very fair to say that if a headphone is bad at a particular quality, it's probably not going to be enjoyed by people who like a certain genre. Like, I don't think that I would recommend a KSC 75 to somebody who only listens to EDM.
Right. Okay, so I think that there's an important core here, and I think that this is actually why this misconception arises. When you're at the very low end, most headphones fucking suck at something, right? Particularly historically. Yeah. And I think in that context, genre-specific headphones make sense, because if you have to choose between accurate mid-range timbre and bass extension, one matters more for EDM than the other.
So is the kind of underlying thing here that genre-specific EQ is kind of as good of an idea as like a bass boost or treble boost would be, where like those things are things that yes will vary significantly by genre, but will also vary like by listener preference.
I don't like genre-based EQs just because there are different recording styles within genres where a bass boost may be appropriate and in another recording it might be not for the same genre.
Okay, but like, what if the genre-based EQs were something that they aren't now? Like, what they are now is generally like graphic EQs across the entire audio band. But what if they were just like bass shelf under 100 hertz changing, treble shelf over like?
But you still have the issue of building in an assumption about how people want various genres to sound, and I don't know that that's necessarily fair.
Well, the thing is that you're talking about the rate of false positives here, but like, you could probably come up with something that was gentle enough that it would have, on average, a positive effect. But the problem being attacked here is we don't actually have good evidence that genres as a whole are preferred with certain adjustments. We know that songs influence the tuning, like the adjustments people make. Like, that's a result of the Harman work. Not massively, but they do.
Yeah.
So
and that makes sense because individual tracks are just going to have differences in how they're mastered. But yeah, if you're making a claim that classical music is as a whole mastered in such a way that it will sound worse on the ideal target for pop music, I think that that's pretty hard to demonstrate, at least from what we see in the literature so far.
Well, worse relative to what?
So say you do a method of adjustment experiment. People come up with a target based on pop music, the Harman target. That's what the Harman target is.
Yeah.
And then you have those people listen to classical music. I don't know if you would see with enough samples that target change too much.
I think it probably would, actually. I don't think it would be huge, but I think it would probably be a statistic. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily the why, but I would not rule out that might produce a different target. I don't think we're talking different in like DF versus Harman. I mean like different shades of the Harman target over the years kind of thing.
Yeah, and I don't think it's impossible that they'd be different, but I don't think that they would be like massively different. I think that they would be fairly close to the same target. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe genre EQ does totally make sense, because if that is the case, then I would think that genre EQ does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that we don't, like, genres are such broad strokes. Like, the adjustments that you make to Cattle Decapitation, Korpiklani, and Ailstorm are not the same.
Well, what if you would just... I mean, the same could be true for pop music too, though, right? And the way that that's recorded, or
I would say over the years, music is more homogenous. Like pop music,
it might be now. But if you're taking the genre kind of like broadly, there are differences. Like you got Dire Straits in one area, and I don't know, Queen, for example. The recording styles might be different from what you might get with stuff from the '90s, for example, or 2000s, or.
Capra continues to post L takes in chat, by the way. First he was like, don't call power metal bad, and then he said Ailstorm, my beloved.
Okay, Ailstorm is legitimately great, though.
Well, okay, it's garbage, but it's enjoyable. Like, I've listened to Ailstorm since their first album, but it's still garbage. It's just fun garbage.
Everybody should listen to Ailstorm.
Oh, fun fact. Do you know who founded Ailstorm and who was the main like singer-songwriter? Christopher Bose of Christopher Bose and his Plate of Beans fame. Mr. Hater.
Call back to last stream for the dedicated viewers here. But okay, so moving away from metal for a second and kind of back to the actual topic, which is do we think all headphones should be tuned the same? Like, genre aside, do you think that it would make sense for like headphone tunings to converge, I guess, close enough for them all to be called the same?
Depends on
how close that is.
Yeah, it depends on how tightly you define the same. But I think let's take the broader view. Yeah, but let's take the broader view of like, we will get into this a little bit later on, but like let's assume that there's our 64%, right, of people who preferred the Harman target or whatever it was.
I would actually argue on analyzing the data that it's more like 100%, and the variation is the other stuff they preferred.
Yeah. So, given that, right, would it make sense to shoot for companies to just generally shoot for that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Well,
should shoot for
generally
that.
is doing a lot of work here. Like if we say, should every headphone be within 1 dB of the Harman target in each octave? The answer is no. If we say, should every headphone be within 6 dB of the Harman target in every octave? The answer is yes. So it's really, it entirely depends on how close it has to be.
What do you guys think? Go ahead, Joel.
The reason I give such a confident yes is that we're nowhere close to the reality where all headphones are targeting basically the same target. I think that almost every single headphone could be improved if it was a little bit closer to the Harman target. Now, if we ever reach that reality, then maybe we can start talking about, okay, it might be better to have some headphones that are slightly warmer, some headphones that are slightly brighter. But we're just nowhere close to that reality right now.
And this is also like assuming some concessions for different base level, for example, right? Depending on whoever. And in that case, it's we might say like, there might be fewer people who prefer this amount of bass, but it's still worth taking them into consideration.
I think based on the thing that Blaine has been futzing around with right now, I would say it's like useful to kind of split it up into the decades we talk about. So like 20 hertz to 200 hertz. Well, I've come to appreciate
why you don't
like that.
It's only because it's difficult to explain to people. But like,
so how is bass, treble, and mids difficult to explain to people?
No, but
just because they have a preconceived notion of what those regions are, that doesn't, I think, fit with the kind of decade model. But like I think 20 hertz to 200 hertz, obviously we know that preference varies there, so we wouldn't necessarily tell people to aim exactly for like 1 dB plus or minus.
Oh yeah, that would be insane.
But I think for the mid range, it's actually reasonable to say we probably should do something like that.
Yeah.
And then the decade after
are kind of pinned down at this point, I think. Like we have
and like rightfully
good
so.
audio. Yeah. Well, so, I mean, that's sort of anthropomorphic, right? Because if you cut the mids at 2K, there's not a lot of interpersonal variation, and it's part of our collective experience of natural sound.
Yes.
Then above that, it goes back into hell.
Which again is where you would want to allow for more than plus or minus 1 dB of variation from target.
So I think that there's two helpful takes in the chat here. So Capra says every company wants to have their house sound. And then there's also sort of the rhetorical question, should all ice cream flavors really be vanilla?
Vanilla should not be an ice cream flavor.
Oh, that's a bad take. That's a
terrible take.
What?
And I guess it sort of brings up a question: is
all restaurants
the frequency
serving Big Macs?
No, sorry. What? Joel, what were you guys saying?
But I think the question is the frequency response of your headphone really analogous to ice cream flavor, or is it not very much like ice cream?
It's more analogous to ice cream cones.
I'm going to need some explanation on how that analogy works.
Well, the music's the ice cream. The cone is like supplementary in the same way that the headphone or speaker is supplementary to the music. It allows you to alter the experience to an extent, but you're not going to change vanilla into chocolate, and you're not going to change rock into metal or whatever.
And you can eat both of them.
You can eat both of them.
I do not recommend eating headphones to anyone watching.
I do.
But if we can go to Capra's take on the house sound, I think
I actually think that's a good thing.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure I agree on that, because I think that, for example, and some of this is a little bit insider knowledge, so I won't give brand specifics, but I know of certain brands who have received very good recommendations on how they should tune their products. And then they've kind of been like, no, we don't want to do that. We want to have our house sound.
Yeah. That's a very common thing.
And I think in most cases, what they've done is they've chosen to make their product worse. Like, I can't think of an instance where the house sound is like, oh yeah, no, I think that's a really good, reasonable frequency response for an audio product to have. Usually it's, okay, that's just a downgrade.
So I wonder if I could back up a little bit, because on the widest interpretation of this question, I would agree with you, Joel, that I think that things should be shooting more for Harman, because that's bound to actually improve the vast majority of products. But what do you think about, like, for example, Bass and treble are, or how people receive this stuff, somewhat related, right? They're connected in the sense that, for people who prefer brighter sound, also might want to balance that out with more bass, or vice versa, right? But then you end up with targets like, for example, Harman IE 2019, right, where it's lots of ear gain, lots of bass. But then you also have targets like JM1, and I'm just thinking, or not even that, but like Sound Guys might be a better example, right? Because of the method that it's derived is scrungly, right? But like, you get the idea that the targets are very different and you have similar kinds of preference. So the sound you actually get is very different between those two products, right? Or those two tunings, but you have similar levels of preference for both. And you might even say that the bass to treble delta is also pretty similar between those two products. It's just that the way that they got there was very different. And I wonder what you guys think about that, as far as like a potential opening of the door to a wider range of different tunings for people to shoot for. You know, on the one hand, we could say Harman is the way to shoot, you know, go for things. And then the other, we might say, well, no, this JM1 or population average based, you know, generic HRTF style tuning is the way to go. And you could do the same thing for over-ear headphones, where you might have...
I don't really see JM1 as being outside of Harman.
That's what I was going to say.
It's not. Yeah. It's not. But the way that you... So especially because we're also applying Harman filters to it. That's why I said the Sound Guys target, because the way that they actually got there was different. But I suppose if you were to take those two products, I mean, we know that this sounds very different, right? Chronicles Dusk, for example, is a good indicator of this. It has Harman baked into it. It also has population average based tuning baked into it. And when people can switch between the two, they sound categorically different. And I suppose the question is, does that just open the door to multiple tunings, even though, you know, the bass to treble delta is pretty similar between the two?
Yeah, and I mean, there is, of course, the open question of how much the variation in preference there is because of actual like anatomical differences of the people listening to those products, versus they prefer things like those people with IEMs might prefer very different tunings because it's bypassing their ears. But if they listen to speakers, they might actually prefer something much closer. But unfortunately, we just don't know. The research hasn't been done yet.
But for over-ear headphones, you might find similar kinds of trends among like, these people prefer more bass and more treble, right, balanced out to whatever bass to treble delta, and these other people prefer a different way of getting there. I'm thinking of, for example, the headphones like the Aon AR5000, or maybe even the MM500, where there is no bass shelf, but the overall bass to treble level that they've sort of ended up with isn't that different from what you might find with Harman, for example. It's just that, you know, those products will actually sound very different, but, you know, between like a DCA E3 and that's a bad example, but you get the point.
Yeah,
right?
I was going to say the DCA E3 does not sound on my head the way it measures on the rigs.
Yeah, okay, but just pick a Harman, like, you know, over ear ish with that same bass level, right? K371 even, right? It doesn't need to be that specific, right? But they sound very different from one another. Maxwell. Yeah, they sound very different from one another, but like you end up with you know, similar bass to treble delta. And so I suppose that's the question that I would want to get to with this, which is to say that, is it really Harman that everything should be aiming towards, or is it more that 8 to 12 dB downward tilt, and how you get there is, you know, achieved in different ways potentially? Because even that might not be right, you know?
I think that it's, and part of this is based on some recent work that Blaine has been doing in reanalyzing some of the Harman preference data. But what's interesting is that the base level variation was not that wide as I think that maybe we thought before. And almost all of the highly preferred headphones did have some bass elevation.
Almost.
Well, it depends on how we cut the bar for highly preferred. Like, it's the stuff that was comparable, like with a statistical tie to Harman, invariably had about the same level of mid bass as Harman. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, but it was always boosted. But the things that were very closely scored, but not quite a statistical tie, like the HD800 or the PM1, obviously don't have that at all.
Oppo PM1, for those who are not familiar.
Yeah, that's a blast from the past, right?
Yeah, no.
Remember when Oppo made planers? That was a weird fucking saga.
Isn't one of those Oppo planers Constantine's favorite headphone?
Yep. PM3. Weirdly, the PM3 scored extremely badly in the Harman test.
I hated it. I thought it was awful.
I didn't like it either.
Yeah, that was the basis for the Drop Panda too, right?
Yes,
the Drop Panda was one of the worst.
Is much worse.
Yeah.
Sick.
I don't know why they made it so terrible, but they did. Anyway, yeah. So no, but okay, so I think that in general the concept of house sounds makes actually quite a bit of sense. It's just that the majority of all house sounds are going to be dog shit, because the majority of all headphone manufacturers are incompetent. But I think that through an evolutionary process of bad companies going out of business, that would ultimately lead to a diverse marketplace of actually good options, assuming that people actually filtered out stuff that sounded bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way most people actually think about the market, like the people that aren't us cork sniffing losers, like they actually kind of do enjoy that variety and the like presence of house sounds that are distinct. Like, for example, I think a lot of people, especially shopping in the high end, do enjoy that at a Can Jam they can go from like the Hi-Fi Man. Enjoy that they can go from like the Hi-Fi Man booth or room in one part and then go to the ZMF room in another part, and they will be like both drastically different from each other as well as like kind of coherent within their own catalogs.
Well, I mean, I think we also have like we have data that some people prefer something that falls pretty far outside of the average bounds, but that was still overall well rated. It's good that people who have different preferences have options, and it's nice for a company to be consistent. Like, I like that Sennheiser is actually having, relatively speaking, more consistency coming out with stuff like the 490.
Now that's Sennheiser Pro.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
But isn't that also where HD800 is? Or is that Sennheiser consumer?
No, I think that's consumer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sonova really made things
all of the stuff we talk about is consumer.
Yeah.
Except for the 490.
The 490, which is great. And like their closed back studio headphones like HD 280 Pro.
Last open back that Sennheiser consumer made was the 660S2, right?
Yes. Which to be fair, not a good headphone, but I think still fits in with their kind of reasonable-ish house sound in terms of like specifically the treble not being like.
At that point, we kind of get into house sound being so loosely defined that it's difficult to be useful. But what I mean more is like there's a space for Odyssey. Well, I mean, a lot of Odysseys are bad. There's a space for like the good Odyssey sounds.
New Odyssey or old Odyssey?
I mean, I don't care. Just
the
ones that have some ear gain. So
I mean, the new ones have a lot of ear gain.
I think that actually may be an overshoot given what we have in the preference data, but regardless, what I mean. Sorry.
If we're going to talk about house sound, I think it's worth talking about whether brands even have consistent house sounds or whether their products just. Like, I would say that Hi-Fi Man probably has a pretty consistent.
Yes, I mean that's the kind of gimme answer, isn't it? Yeah.
But it's true. Like,
but beyond that, what other brands have?
Grado.
They're all very. Okay. They have like two.
But Grado is just an example of the house sound being bad. Yeah.
Yes, but it does exist.
But it's not like bad across the board in different ways. It's bad in the same way.
Yeah. I would say that Odyssey has patterns to its sound. Better Dynamic too, actually.
Patterns. Yeah, I would agree. But Sennheiser is a bit all over the place. You have the HD800S on one hand and 660S2 on the other, and then H20 somewhere in there.
I don't know. Like, I do think that they're more different than the other brands' house sounds are, but I don't know. Sennheiser's house sound seems to be like kind of characterized by the deviations not being huge, if that makes sense.
And their ANC products are actually a little bit more similar to one another.
Oh, I don't know anything about this.
I think there's also a question of like headphones are limited, but for brands that are like, are brands clearly targeting the same general area? Like Focal is mentioned in the chat. That's a good example of one where I'm fairly confident they are generally targeting the same response for their headphones. They just don't always hit exactly what they want.
Yeah, I would agree.
And
or
so
DCA, that's another one.
Page, what would the Focal house sound be? Like when I think of the Focal house sound, I think of elevated 1K, not a lot of
forward mids and a little bit of articulation-y spice in the treble, depending on
the characteristics I would define are less mid bass than a lot of stuff because they do have less or upper bass. Like
I don't agree with that.
Well, then you're
I
wrong.
don't
Like
think that's
look at the rise
accurate.
in the Clear, the Utopia. They are all starting lower in their rise than the majority of Open Dynamics, and that's because of where they've tuned the resonance frequency.
Oh,
you're
the resonance frequencies are very low Q though. They extend to like 400 hertz. That bump.
It extends to there, but if you look at the actual shape of the slope and compare it to the 600, the 800, anything from AKG that's open, any of the open buyers, really almost any open dynamic, you will note that it is less thick.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I recently measured a Clear and found that to not be the case at all. So I don't know.
What were you comparing it against here? Because like to have a rise into 1K, you are having the sort of saddleback shape that I'm describing.
Yeah, no,
I know
what
might
you're
be
talking
about the same thing. I'm where would you characterize the start of that rise?
Well, I mean, the thing is that that's just the question of how do you define the bandwidth of a filter, and it's kind of arbitrary. What I'm saying is
I think he's talking less about that
and
more about like the 1K relativity making that.
I see.
Yeah, a normal open dynamic, if you're going from the base, to like 1K, is basically like this if you are DF compensating it, whereas a Focal is more like this.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I would also characterize it as having less 5 kilohertz, like that sort of treble. I don't know where we.
I would probably just characterize them as having uneven treble as an average.
But they do. I would say on all the ones that I sort of measure and observe, I notice there's a lack of 5 kilohertz.
It's like 4 to 5 kilohertz.
Yeah, which personally I'm okay with because I don't like that region.
It can be a little blurry, harsh. Yeah. I would say their house sound in the treble is characterized by that and kind of
a hint of a darkness up there.
Yeah, they are kind of dark. It's just they're kind of punctuated with like narrow Q peaks.
Yeah,
peppered about.
Yeah, so we used to call that dark bright.
Yeah, I think that there's a case for that, but they're not all the same. But yeah, there is a sense of that. I think.
I intensely dislike it.
Yeah, and so if, say we have some hypothetical brand, maybe it's Focal, but just for the sake of argument, let's say it's a hypothetical brand and their house signature is dark bright. They kind of have recessed treble with some narrow peaks that are particularly noticeable. Do we think that anybody is going to really prefer that, given the chance to compare?
No, and I think that the obvious example there is when they went from the Aleer to the Alex. Most people would have significantly preferred the Alex, and the Alex took it from that sort of dark, brighty kind of thing to it's just a bit more bright, right? But like it kind of like filled out some of the darkness
imperfectly, but it's less awful.
But to your point, Joel, is that it moved things a bit closer to Harman in that sense. I mean, I actually kind of think of if Focal had a house sound, it would be like editorialized Harman in a sense, right? Because it is generally Harman-like for much of the ear gain, just with a couple of sort of flary things. And the Aleer is the example of the one that I guess when they released it, it was like one of their first proper ones. But then ever since then, for their open back stuff, they've just sort of continued to push in that sort of Harman-like direction. And in comparison, I think most people would end up preferring that too. So.
Someone in the chat here says, oddly, Odyssey knows better than anyone else how to make a Harman headphone, but their passive sets are anything but. I think that's a great example. Like the Maxwell, the Maxwell has had such a positive reception. Like I often kind of chuckle to myself when I see people post on like r/headphones about the Maxwell, and they're like, wow, I think this headphone is endgame for me. And I
Cool.
just am like, yeah, that's because it's a DSP headphone, which is basically Harman.
Yep.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting that earlier when we were like probing for a good example of a Harman like headphone, like just stock, we couldn't really think of one just because I think all of us are intimately aware of like how bad the coupling most of them have.
Well, and the limitations of yeah.
But the fact that we all agreed on Maxwell also speaks to a benefit of its design, which even though it's heavy and kind of uncomfortable for me, I think all of us probably get the intended response.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Yeah, or something close to it. Yeah. I like the Maxwell a lot. I think Maxwell was probably one of the best things I heard at Kent Jam.
It's a tad shouty for me, but really, really good.
Not for me.
And yeah, I'm never sensitive to shout, so
that's wild to me. It makes sense that you'd be a 2015 enjoyer. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I am a 3K enjoyer.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I will say that I think I am increasingly coming out against the anti-3K people. Like, I really think that was a mistake.
The panel of experts thing?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
I'm not sold at all.
I think in Sean's recent thing, he's also very much...
Yeah, he's shown...
He said that there's no correlation. I have to imagine that it would be frustrating to go through all this research only to have a panel of experts do post hoc adjustment to say, no, we've... primary ear gains in the wrong spot for us. 3K.
Yeah, we'll get into this in the next topic, but I also think with IEMs in particular, there's a variable there that I would like to to probe.
I agree.
Should we move on to the next
enjoyer, but not with IEMs?
Well,
or did you
want?
Not
sure. I mean, like this is kind of our big topic, I think. Like,
yeah,
there's a second big one, but
yeah,
I still think that we haven't really, like, we've given a rough boundary and we've given a bunch of examples and counterexamples of how this is good and bad. But like, can we answer the core question? For what definition of the same should headphones be tuned the same? Because I think we all agree that for some definition they should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
That being, like if it's 6 dB off from Harman in any direction, odds are that something's fucked.
I mean, I take more of an approach of like, it should at the very least resemble an HRTF of some kind.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that's
enough. Well, that's quite a wide deviation from.
No, I don't think it's enough, but I think at the very least, there should be that, and that disqualifies all those headphones that don't, right? Like already you can say, okay, these ones that are just like don't resemble any HRTF whatsoever, excluded.
Yeah, anything with flat ear gain.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, right? And then
so
you can
the Odyssey, or what was it? I can't remember the brand. The Nighthawk is bad. I'm saying that's bad headphone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then, well, it depends on where you normalize it, but yeah. Because I looked at that one again recently and went like, oh, that's weird. Like if you normalize it for the mids, it has no ear gain. But if you normalize it for ear gain, the shape is actually the right shape.
Well,
it's weird.
The problem is that it has a mud shelf.
It's just
that is just the mudslide headphone. Yeah. It's horrible. It's the worst.
The mudslide headphone. It's also kind of shaped like a slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but, I mean that and the Night Owl are really impressively bad.
But yeah, my two sort of like criteria for like the same would be some sort of HRTF that is a reasonable, shape, and something approximating 8 to 12 dB of a tilt, right? And I will be okay with that range. I will be okay with the way.
Okay, so you say this, and this just makes me want to Diogenes you. This just makes me want to make something that meets those criteria and will make you scream.
I'm sure it could be done. I'm just saying, at the very least, the things outside of that, I would be able to, disqualify. The ones that have the flat ear gain, or the ones that are just like so ungodly bright, like this, without any, pad wear.
It's really not that ungodly, to be honest.
Did you see what I posted? It's ungodly. It's 15 dB too bright. 15 dB
in a narrow Q peak, and that's on a specific head.
It's not that narrow. It's basically.
Where did you post it?
Live stream planning.
Yeah, I post on Twitter too. It's basically everything from about.
Oh, that's the 5128 measurement. I mean,
6 to
a meaningful peak.
11K. Yeah, most of the treble. Anyways, I had to reduce it by 11 dB, and it's still too bright. So,
yeah. I mean, this is kind of where the idea of bounds kind of is helpful for kind of talking about, like, again, where or what kind of deviation is acceptable and the range of that deviation. Because I do think, like, as you say, like 6 dB off from Harman is probably too much, but 6 dB as a total range, where like maybe like 3 dB off in one direction, 3 dB in the other, or something like that, is more reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
But not in the mids.
I think that the important thing to remember, especially in the treble, is that 6 dB off is probably not going to be preferred on average. But I think you're still going to find individuals who like that headphone response just because the response on their individual head ends up working out. And I think the DT990 is actually a fairly good example of that. Like on the 5128, it looks insane. But on the grass systems, it looks okay. Yes, this is my hobby horse.
No, but I really like this one, and I think we'll get into this in Fight Club, because this is it opens up that bigger question of, like, when people are reporting their preferences, is it actually preference, or is it just HPTF variation? So we can get into that in Fight Club, because that to me is fascinating.
We'll chew on that one a little bit later.
Yeah.
Chang'ong says something, and I think this is something that we haven't talked about, but people are immediately thinking about this, which is, if everything was tuned the same, this would be an extremely boring hobby.
Yes.
Ideally, it would be. Like, the premise that you must quest for a headphone to get the best experience of music is a bad world. Like, this is not good. Like, imagine if there was, like, a glasses hobby because we didn't have good quantification of fucking eye deviation. So just like, oh, well, trying my 17th pair of glasses, hope this will give me good image fidelity.
Now, here's a question for you, Blaine, because you've just gone through and reparsed, you and Griffin have just reparsed the Harman segmentation.
Mm-hmm. It was Blaine. I was just there as an extra pair of hands.
Okay, but
honestly, you were basically just like, you were my Wilson.
But is
for like the last
you were the soccer just evolve into madness. I'm just the one nodding. Like,
yeah. Well, you saw that was literally what a lot of the last 2 weeks has been.
Yeah. He did some rubber ducky debugging with Griffin as rubber ducky.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, because I didn't follow it nearly as closely as Griffin did. One of the outcomes there is that people liked Harman, obviously, but a lot of those people also liked headphones that were similarly, basically, that were not. And what I'm wondering is, does that not kind of contradict the idea that, we should treat headphones like glasses, right? Because people can have preferences, strong preferences for this one thing, but then also really enjoy this other thing. That doesn't.
We don't actually know that that's the case, unfortunately. Like, that's really, I really wish that I could find some way to get Sean to give me the underlying data set, because the problem is all I have to go with are aggregates. I have somewhat sliced and diced aggregates.
Sean, if you are watching, we would like your data.
He ain't got time for
this. I have asked. No, it's not that. I believe that it's proprietary. Like, I have all but begged for it before.
His Samsung overlords probably can't allow that.
Yeah. And I mean, that's fair. But the problem there is that what I can tell you is that on average, for example, the Shure SRH 840 was preferred similarly to the Harman target, right? But I can't tell you if that was by the same people. I can tell you that the same cohort of people on average gave it a similar rating.
Okay, so you can't.
But I don't know
for
if
sure
it's that way, because some people said one's consistently over the other, and some people said it the other way, or if people were on average saying these two are the same.
And this is, of course, with the virtual method, right? This is with the replicator. Yeah. Okay.
With a case.
And that's something someone in chat asked why we are not doing our own tests. We are hoping to, but that is actually fairly hard. I actually have some ideas about how we can do that with a representative sample size, like online, but that's something that will keep your eyes out.
You just need a bunch of HDA
talk about that in the next section as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there anything else that we want to go over with this particular topic?
Well, just touching on the thing that you just mentioned, I think it does kind of bring it back to the whole bounds thing, which is that we have an idea of what things, based on wherever we decide to draw the line, kind of where things deviate most versus Harman, while still being similarly preferred.
Yeah, but to me, it's more just the point that Blaine raised is an interesting one about how, like, we see this in the IEM world, right, where there was a trending, a strong trending towards one particular sound signature. It turns out that sound signature itself was a bit of an outlier, right, in general, but like there were a lot of people already sort of lamenting the fact that, you know, every new IEM sounds the same, and that makes the hobby boring. And there is a sense in which I'll give you another example for over-ear headphones, right? I am your stereotypical, like, fit basically in the middle, you know, for my sound signature preferences. What I know what I like based on doing EQs and stuff like that, right? I'm fairly confident in that. And it falls like class 1, you know, basic Harman boy. But I also really like headphones. I'm able to enjoy headphones like the ZMF Caldera closed, right? Which is, I would say, considerably warmer than that sort of class 1 in the segmentation. And
well, able to enjoy is a very specific.
Not even able to enjoy it. Like, I liked it a lot, right? To the point where,
would you say you liked it as much?
I think, and this is where I would need to actually do that testing, right? Like, have the same frequency response tested, or even, I mean, like, even to a certain extent with the same products, but like, you get what I mean, right? Like, I listened to it at a show and I thought, this is amazing, this is the best thing of the show. Now, would I have that same judgment of it if I lived with it? I mean, it's hard. I would say probably not, right? But still, it was one where I would sort of ask that question of like, hey, these are two very this is a very, it's a sound signature that I don't normally, you know, end up going for, but yet I was able to really enjoy it. You know, does that speak to me having the ability to sort of like hold two different sorts of preferences in mind? And that might be the kind of thing where, you know, there's room for a little bit more of a flavored kind of take, right?
Yeah, or like a difference between
that people. So it sounds like he just said me having the ability to hold different preferences, ignoring the preface, so that it just sounds like he's ungrammatical.
Why are you like this?
Anyway, speaking to that, I do think there is like different bounds of preference per person where like certain things can fit within and not. Like, I would say of the people I know, I have one of the narrowest bounds of preference out there, and I reject many things based on criteria that would not bother most people.
I think that we are similar in how narrow our bounds are for what we consider acceptable.
But they're in different places.
They're just in very different places.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, I really struggled with this one because, like, I mean, I've been just sitting there staring at and grinding my brain against the data. I think I'm actually pretty normal in terms of the variation in my preference. Because, like, it's like people have a mosaic of preference that ranges from this is really good, but really good is never rated as perfect, to this is the worst thing I've ever heard. And the level of flaws that can fit in while still being fairly similarly rated in aggregate is surprisingly broad, but also like pretty much in keeping with the stuff where I've said, yeah, this doesn't sound horrible.
Yeah, I know. I would agree with that assessment, actually. I think the kind of the one little thing there would be, I'm not exactly sure of your actual bass preference. Because I think broadly the mids and
not a ton.
Yeah, so I think that would probably be the one place where you deviate from, I guess, whoever responded in that.
No, but he's also talking about like the variation in preference too, though, right? Like, and
for an individual. But what Griffin is saying is that I have a potentially tighter band of bass that I'm only tolerating.
Oh, okay,
I don't actually think it's that tight, because like I can pretty much go from DF flat to maybe plus 4 or 6 dB and be like, this is okay. It's just that as it goes to or north of Harman, I start being like, this is too much bass.
And then you want to euthanize class 2.
Well, no, I want to euthanize
for different reasons.
Class 2 is based.
Yeah, no, we've reanalyzed the data, and we've actually realized that we owe an immense apology to all of Class 2. They were actually the Sigma males.
Okay.
Because we originally thought that they liked a bunch of really bad headphones, but if you look closely at the data, it's just that they liked the Harman target and hated everything else, which is based.
All right.
It's a good take.
There's something in the chat here which I thought we could maybe really quickly address, where someone says, yeah, a lot of people really tend to like more of a V-shaped kind of headphone. This is just the reality.
Wow.
Cited, and I think that is an interesting question, because this is, I know what you guys talked about last week, but it sort of brings me to the question of like, okay, what is neutrality? Like, if we're saying that this is what a lot of people prefer, this is what most people prefer, that's just what neutral is.
We lost Griffin.
So the interesting thing about this, and again, I'm going to be just appealing to the fact that I've been in one of the fucking conspiracy theorist rooms with a red string connecting things for the last 3 weeks looking at Harman stuff. But what's interesting is there was actually a pretty high preference for headphones that overshot Harman in the treble, and to some extent in the bass as well. So in that sense, you could make a reasonable argument that, yeah, people do like V-shape. The converse side, though, is that some of the other very highly scored things were things that undershot Harman in both the treble and bass. Mm-hmm. So the conclusion I would probably assert is people have a preference for some degree of alignment between the levels of treble and bass relative to each other. So they are okay with less of both or more of both, but less okay with more of one or more of the other.
And that's kind of what I was saying about how you could have different tunings that satisfy that balance roughly, right? But just achieve it in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, I
think it is generally done in the way where they add more rather than subtract more.
But it becomes an arms race, right? You know, like you're increasing bass level, for example, and it becomes, you end up being like, okay, I got to compensate by adding more ear gain, and then you got to add more bass, and then more ear gain.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
Someone presumably in reply, someone says, no, it's that consumer headphones happen to be V-shaped, but if they changed, the average consumer wouldn't care. I guess just because the consumer headphones are all doing that, does that mean that people prefer that?
Related to this, someone says, could you even generalize something that is so inherently subjective? And I think that's kind of maybe what people are missing, is that like that's what a lot of this tries to figure out, is like, okay, because it is subjective, there's a strong preference element to this. What is that? Like, let's figure out the spread of preferences that we have. And of course, this gets a bit into the next topic. But yeah, go ahead, Joel.
If you want to really dig into this and understand sort of the objective measure of subjective preference, reading Floyd Toole's book on this is really good, and he sort of outlines how this sort of research can be done. Now, of course, most of that book is on speaker research, but the Harman headphone research is really just a continuation of the speaker research. So yeah, if you want to dig in more and sort of understand the background context that we're all steeped in, we can't really recommend that highly enough.
Everyone should read Sound Reproduction if they're going to waste their time with this podcast. Like, you clearly have time. Spend it on something better. Yeah.
Something that will also inform you enough to unpack some of the more esoteric things we say on this podcast.
All right. I think I've said my piece on this one. Do you guys feel we're ready to move on to the other one that's going to run over time?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Topic number 2. What would you research?
Okay, well, that's
not asked by Maya.
So
the full
go ahead, Griffin. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So if you had a sizable but realistic R&D budget, what are the experiments you'd be most interested in doing next? What methodology? What plan of action? Specifics from Maya TL. Also, this is
I presume that Maya is asking this because he has a sizable budget, which he
wants to give it to us.
And this is just us pitching him, and that if our pitch is good enough, that he will give us this money. So we're very excited, Maya.
Yes, we're very thankful for Maya. Who wants to go first?
I'm not going first on this one. Mine's going to take forever.
Number one would be sussing out a HPTF variation.
Sussy.
Yep. Sussing out HPTF variation would be the first.
With over-ear headphones?
Yeah. Because, I think over-ear headphones. Because I think that then, like, if we want to actually do future preference research, I feel like that's such a key part of it. And for folks who are unaware what that is, headphones behave differently depending on the head that it's on. And so the big question, and we'll talk a little bit about this, is, how much of the preference outcome that we see in the research is due to genuine preference, and how much of it is just because the response people are getting at their eardrums is different, and therefore that's, influencing their perception of it, right? So figuring that out and getting to the bottom of the Joel conundrum I think would be first and foremost, and then we could build something from that, additional preference research.
I have one complaint about the Joel HPTF conflation, which is that I have actually technically been beating this drum for longer than him.
I have a slightly different issue with it, but go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how did this conundrum become associated with me?
Because
I'm just the messenger here.
Because first of all, JM1 is based on generic HRTF in part because of, it's because of the pinna being bypassed, of course, right? But the idea of that to over-ear headphones is in part because of HPTF variation.
I would consider those two separate things personally, but maybe Joel.
Yeah, I also consider them two separate things.
I would see them.
I think if anything, it's more so because of Joel's association with the Hammershoy and Moeller work. Like you bringing up ISO 11904:2 is, I think, largely why you're associated with it.
I believe it's -2.
I
maybe
think it's -2.
Okay, great.
Specifically, I believe it's an N dash.
Yeah, it's an N dash, and then there's a colon, and then the year. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the stupidest conversation of all time.
Yeah, but so for those who don't know, one of the things that Hammershoy and Moeller published in one of the papers that we cite all the time is that when you measure a headphone across mannequins, you get error when you compensate the measurements to diffuse field that you can potentially minimize if you use a generic HRTF that uses kind of what JM1 is, which is the transfer function of the canal plus the blocked canal diffuse field head related transfer function of whatever human ear data set they use. So I think that's why he's associated with it, is because that kind of equation of canal transfer function plus outer ear transfer function is something that was in their work, at least a potential solution to kind of minimizing the error inherent to the HPTF or difference between different heads that Resolve mentioned.
The initial reading is there's a article by listener on some of this stuff, but I would say that the first reading that you should do for this is actually free. It would be design criteria for headphones, and then
I think maybe read listeners' thing first, then
read listeners' thing first.
Yeah,
and then also the one from Gunter Thiel
on the standardization of high quality studio headphones.
Yeah, and then maybe the transfer function one from also on Aalborg.
Yeah. Anyway,
characteristics of headphones measured on human ears, or noise intermission from sound sources close to the ears.
Whatever. As if people are going to get that far.
So this is actually a commonly requested thing, though. People actually do want like a list of things that we recommend they read. So we should probably work that out, but we can do that off stream. Joel.
Yeah, I would even be interested at some point in like producing some content that like more specifically guides people through these papers and sort of points out some of the key conclusions. Because I will say that
actually, Joel, if you could turn your
okay. I will say that the noise emission from sound sources close to the ear is a pretty dense read, and it's it takes you a while to sort of wrap your head around the conclusions and the implications that they're making, especially just because they're using so much just very unfamiliar terminology. So yeah, I would recommend starting with listener's article, because he kind of distills a lot of those conclusions down into a more digestible format.
So Andrew, in conclusion, Andrew wants to figure out what HPTF is doing.
Well, to use Joel's language, HPTF variation.
Yeah, I would like to do the same thing, but I think in the original question, Maya specifically asked for us to be specific about how we're going to actually
like what methodology, what's the specifics.
And so since Andrew and I want to study the same thing, but like, what would your methodology be, Andrew?
Oh, to poke Blaine and give him the budget.
Oh, yeah, that's always your methodology.
To be fair, it's not a bad idea.
Also, Capra says he wants a YouTube series of Blaine summarizing these papers. Wow, we would really be dropping our average viewership count if we did that.
Doesn't mean it's not a bad idea, or doesn't mean it's not a good idea.
It is a good idea.
No, it is a bad idea.
No, it's not.
Hey, if you'd have one viewer, it's still useful.
Is it?
It's me. I'm the viewer.
Yeah, it's just each like we're just
even Capra doesn't want to watch it.
Content.
All right.
So Joel, you would want to do the same thing. I imagine that you would have an interest in doing this specifically and not just enslaving me.
Yes. No, I would want to ensure that I am also satisfied with your methodology. My methodology, and Blaine, feel free to add if you would disagree with this, is that I would want to come up with a portable rig of some kind that can relatively quickly measure the HRTFs of individuals at the blocked canal. And so you would measure the HRTF of every subject in the study before measuring a variety of headphones on them, so that you can compensate each of the headphones to their individual HRTF. And then you have them with whatever replicator headphone you choose. And you might do this study in two parts, where you have the first part where you just acquire the headphone transfer functions and HRTFs, and then the second part, which is a method of adjustment study or a preference study. You use whatever was the most consistent replicator headphone in the first part, and essentially EQ the headphone to the listener's own diffuse field head-related transfer function, and then allow them to do preference.
So wait, so you're effectively eliminating HPTF variation.
Yeah, I want to eliminate
what happens to the data when you remove it.
Yeah, which is that's the inevitable outcome. I was more just thinking, like, how would we actually do the elimination?
Well, yeah, and you would determine to what degree the headphones are varying on people's heads by doing the first part. You would get to you'd get the answer to both.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we see do people's preferences vary quite as much when you control for the frequency response on their own heads. And my conjecture, and I don't have a ton of evidence to support this except with just my own experimentation, EQing to my own HRTF, is that most of what I considered to be kind of quirks of my own preference went away when I actually determined what the frequency response on my own head was.
Yeah.
I realized, actually, maybe I am fairly normal in terms of what I prefer, but my head is just not exactly the same as the average person.
So your conjecture would be that genuine preference is actually a narrower range, and
yes.
Yeah, okay.
I actually agree with Joel's overriding personal premises, and it's almost impossible for it to be wrong. So making it the thing that he's sticking his flag in the ground on is very pragmatic. The question is just to what extent that is right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I would be very interested in seeing the output of this data once you have kind of the preferred EQ profiles of, that everyone chose for their headphones after being EQ to their diffuse field head related transfer function, taking both the EQ that we use to EQ to their DF-HRTF and the preference EQ, and then applying that combined EQ to each headphone measured on each, or not each headphone, but the replicator headphone measured on each rig to see what the bounds actually would look like as measured on the rigs we used for this preference variation, which wasn't explicitly mentioned, but I'm sure that's kind of part of what you were thinking.
The conclusion of the data that you would get from this would allow you to calibrate each rig separately to what people prefer on their heads, because you would have a way to essentially translate from humans to rigs, which we lack right now. Right now, we are guessing what people prefer based on how the measurement on the rig and then a connection sort of directly to preference. But this would allow us to sort of add a middle step of response on the person's head.
There is almost...
I had an idea for a device we could use for this that would also have the merit of being absolutely horrifying and thus making good content. I'll talk to you guys about that subsequent to this stream.
Excellent. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
No,
well,
it's
if you don't
actually
talk about
worse.
it now, Maya's not going to fund us.
I've come up with a worse one.
Is this the torture helmet?
A worse one?
Yeah, it's worse than that one.
Worse than the torture helmet. Okay.
You know that we would like to be able to get a participant in this study.
Okay, but the thing is, I mean, listen, they're not going to know how bad it is until it starts operating.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing you just said, Joel, that when people look at a graph, measured on a rig, there is sort of this like implicit kind of connection to preference, but I think part of it is also that there is a assumption of the headphone is behaving on the rig the way that it might behave on my head, which is not guaranteed to be true at all, especially if we're talking about the vast majority of headphones, which are not low acoustic impedance. They're not HD800Ss or whatever, even the replicator headphone that Harman used, right? So I would think that I wanted to ask, like, how is blocked canal data enough to do this, or given that for a lot of the for the variation that we're talking about for HBTF variation, it would be more substantial with higher acoustic impedance headphones, for example.
Yeah, there would still be some nuisance noise in the data from variation due to the acoustic impedance of the ear canal and middle ear.
Right.
It would be substantially less than the noise that we see right now. And you could quantify that. There are ways that you can. It's not a type of headphone measurement that anyone is really doing right now. But in the Hammershoy and Muller paper, transfer characteristics of headphones or something along those lines, they outline a method to measure what they call the PDR of a headphone. And it basically tells you how much does the frequency response of this headphone vary on individuals as a result of the ear canal load. And so we can actually measure that and at least quantify how much error there is on the person's head roughly.
Of course, this first requires you to do probe mic measurements in their ear, which is doable.
Or you could get
Blaine
a proxy.
Smiles. Let me do probe mic measurements.
You could get a proxy measurement that uses ear simulators. Now, ear simulators, they're a fixed standard, so you would not have as much data. But yeah, there is theoretically, with sufficient budget, there's ways to do it with a head and torso simulator. Maybe that is modified to have some unique ear simulators in it.
Someone in chat asked how we can get up to speed on this, and I told him to just read everything on the AES in chronological order. He doesn't want to do it.
That was the comment. That was the comment I was responding to earlier, with the different papers to read. But Blaine and Griffin, what's your answer to this question?
If Blaine wants to go last because it's long, I can go next.
Well, you just assume that it would be.
Well, no.
Well, I do. I have a quick one and a long one, so I have two that I'm trying to decide between. Oh, I want to just fucking put to bed this whole fucking source gear shit. Like, I want to do a large, well-controlled study that accounts for all the factors in play, using like dynamic, real-time level matching to make sure that nothing gets outside of the bound where it could be influencing things, using the actual amplifiers and DACs or whatever, and just establish once and for all whether people are actually hearing these differences that they allege to hear. Because nobody really gives time to these things, because if these differences exist, they're so small as to be irrelevant. But I would like to establish whether or not, in fact, they can exist.
And that would be a easier thing to do.
Yes.
You really only need one person. You need Cameron. who can hear.
Well,
21
no,
kilohertz.
I would need a sample population.
You do need more than one person, because
Yes, but
unfortunately what we've determined is that if Cameron can hear it, that doesn't mean that anybody else can necessarily
No, I know.
it.
But here's the problem, right? If you have like a large group of people where the outcome is they can't tell a difference, right? But you have one person who can, it's not going to put this issue to bed.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not something that needs to be put to bed necessarily. Like a result like that would be interesting, and a result like that would merit further research. What I would like to do is establish whether this is something that can simply be dismissed out of hand or not. Because I personally think it's likely that it can, but I don't know that yet.
Yeah,
Blaine,
go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna interrupt just because your hobby horse has come up in the chat. Chris Stone says Fourier analysis doesn't mean that measurements of a sine wave will correlate exactly with behavior in response to a musical signal.
How's that script coming, Blaine?
Yeah, I mean, how many days past are we on this now?
I mean, to be fair, Blaine does many things.
So basically, what I'm saying here, Blaine, is get him.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk briefly, Chris, about Fourier analyses and transfer functions. So I have a number of times, and I'm currently working. In fact, Andrew, it's less the script that I'm working on; it's more the measurements. What I'm going to do is assets. Once again, gotcha. Once again, demonstrate that if you measure a headphone with a continuous tone, with an impulsive response, with music, anything. The behavior is, from the linear transfer function standpoint, the same. Because it is. I've done this before. I'm going to do this again. I'm actually in the process of doing this again. I'm going to do it with an in-ear headphone and an over-ear headphone just to be extra double special sure that nobody can fucking say, oh, but what about this? But the substance of it is that I have specifically looked at the behavior of headphones using music as a stimulus, using dual-channel Fourier analysis. And in fact, it is exactly the fucking same as their behavior with a Farina sweep, as with a click track, as with noise, as with everything else. The only difference is in the nonlinear behavior. And in that case, it's actually better with music than it is with those other ones. Well, than with continuous signs, at least.
And this is something where if anybody has had the opportunity to go to the talk that Blaine gave at CanJam, you would have seen those graphics already, right? The visual.
Oh, this is going to be so much more. Like the amount of shit that I've been having to add to this. Because at the CanJam thing, I only have like 20 minutes.
Yeah, you had to squeeze this in with like 2 other presenters.
Yeah, this is going to be like an hour. Oh, also, if I end up going to CanJam, I have a new presentation that I'm working on. It's like the exact inverse of this one.
Did you talk to Jude about it already and get it co-signed?
Yeah, I talked to Warren and he was like, I will make a slot for you.
Nice.
So
Warren is shout outs to Warren.
Shouts out. Chris does have a second point here, which is adds a slight level of nuance, where he says FR measurements coming from an FFT of music will get closer to completely describing how that music sounds, but a lot of the info we're looking for is lost in a computational FFT.
And what is that? Is that like transient information, or what is the stuff that's
like
lost?
The only conclusion, like I was actually attempting to address specifically that, but really all that can amount to is Fourier uncertainty, right? Like there is inherently a time frequency resolution trade-off in a Fourier transform. That's just inevitable because a Fourier transform takes a block of time and turns it into a block of frequencies, right? Well, a frequency bins. This is something Cameron in his presentation mentions, and I always, like when we were doing this presentation, I always snipe at him from the presenter booth because he mentions the study where human ears beat Fourier uncertainty, like, which is the most obvious result ever. And it's obvious because a Fourier transform is a linear time invariant process, and the human ear is neither. Like the human ear is a fucking half-wave rectifier.
Yeah,
it's not surprising that it has.
I've watched these presentations, and usually Cameron's presentation is just you interrupting him for like half of it.
Yeah, that's because his presentation is misleading. Listen, it's a bit.
Okay. You're not wearing the devil horns all the time. It's just funnier when you're explaining it now.
Right. I actually forget about the things that I put on for the fucking stream bits, believe it or not. Because I usually have these on for like several days before the stream because I'll get them, check that they fit, and then just leave them on there, and then I sort of forget they're there.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was so you amplifier back on topic here? You would put the DAC amp thing to bed. What's your long answer?
No, Griffin's first, then the long answer.
Okay.
Fair. So IEMs are one of the places where, like with headphones, because we can do blocked canal measurements and measure HRTFs, we can reasonably isolate the variable of HPTF from HRTF.
Mm-hmm.
With IEMs, we can't. And people with a lot more money in R&D than I have been trying, and I haven't seen anyone come up with a way to do it well, to measure the response of an in-ear headphone in the ear itself. There's always some level of error that obfuscates the data in the region we really want to look at, which would be kind of above a kilohertz, let's say. So what I would want to do actually is study how preference varies across IEMs. So basically, or IEM types and principles of design. So like test people's preferences with a vented single dynamic driver IEM, test people's preferences with a vented balanced armature IEM, sealed balanced armature IEM, some sort of hybrid arrangement where there's a bunch of weird stuff going on, and basically see if the preference shifts and where. And that's basically what the entire test would be, because we can't really verify this with measurements, but we would be able to say with at least some semblance of an idea that in this frequency band, for example, I would assume it would actually end up being somewhere around the 2 to 4 kilohertz band. There is meaningful preference between different driver types. And I have no idea what would go into that other than acoustic impedance and how it like couples to the canal and stuff like that.
Don't you also have the problem of like those different types would need to have the same like insertion depth?
I mean, yeah, but that can be reasonably controlled for.
Yeah.
Or you just accept insertion depth as nuisance noise.
You just don't look at that band.
Or
well, we just know that in real life, people are going to get
that's true. You're going to have different. So yeah.
I kind of take issue with aligned insertion depth for that reason.
Yes.
Like, well, yeah, because it doesn't reflect how these things actually.
Yeah, they fit differently in ears. Like we should be looking at the actual fit, not at the fit. If we could shove these things into our ear holes deeper.
Yeah, but the problem there is,
in fairness, the regions I'm interested in are well below that. Like I would say, it's basically between like 800 hertz and 4 kilohertz. I'm really interested because that's where the in-ear mic data is really obfuscated, and it wouldn't be like obfuscated in the measurements we use by like insert depth differences. But this is also an area where you see a lot of preference variation cited nonetheless, but a lot of preference variation between people, whether it's because of their expectations of sounds differing or whatever. That's a whole different story. But anecdotally, in my own experience, I've found that it actually makes a pretty sizable difference what kind of IEM you're using, what kind of, I guess, a magnitude you would prefer specifically in that 3 kilohertz region.
Well,
whereas I don't find the same variation at all with headphones, I think except between opened and closed, which kind of lends even more credence to it being an HPTF impedance.
Yeah. I think the issue that you run into with the insertion depth conundrum is people are still trying to treat this as like this is the perfect word of this product. You know, what they see on the graph. And so aligning things is a solution for that. But, you know, the reality is that like they might look at a measurement where the insertion depth is different and say that's wrong. They did something wrong. Or their measurement tool is wrong.
Yeah, when the reality is closer to the opposite. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Someone in chat is
anything, I'm just
asking
trying
if
to point out
actually stretch out your ear canals. Is that a thing? Do people think that's a thing? I don't think that would be a thing.
What did you
Someone in chat's asking if IEMs stretch your ear canals out.
Some of them can, but if they do, you should not use them.
Yeah, I mean, like If it's permanently
IEM
deforming your ear canal,
I think to a certain extent,
I remember Theo reported something like that.
I mean, that's testable, but holy shit, that's horrifying.
Capra says that it stretches his.
So
it's cartilage.
Given that, I mean, are people just like over time destroying their ears with a prevalence of like 6+ diameter millimeter diameter nozzles?
Maybe. Like I mean, look, Lord knows that people making IEMs do not make their nozzles thin enough. Mm-hmm. So like, people are probably doing something like that.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, if it's not thick, do you even know if it's in?
Okay, so chat seems to be reporting that they perceive this to be the case. That would be horrifying. It is testable. You could take ear molds. I really hope that's not true because that's so fucking gross.
I will say that one possible explanation as to why people are reporting this is that the ear tips have some amount of deformation over time, and new ear tips are stiffer than used ear tips, and so they perceive it as like, oh, this is not as snug of a fit as it used to be. But it's not their ear changing, it's the ear tips.
It's fair.
The number of people saying that they can't use IEMs for more than 2 hours for ergonomics really just strongly reaffirms my long-standing take that IEMs are garbage.
Heart, you asked.
Maybe we talk about this in Fight Club. Yeah, I think I need to fight you. I need to defend IEMs.
Okay.
Does the 711 insertion depth say anything useful about an IEM in that some can be measured between, say, 8.5 kilohertz to 10 kilohertz, while others are 7K to 9K? Well, yeah, I mean, it does tell you that kind of the range of insert depth for the former will be on the deeper side than, another IEM, which is on the shallower side. Not in terms of how they're fitting ergonomically into your ear, but in terms of, I guess, kind of the range of frequency response you might get. Now, you have to know kind of which you don't, frankly. None of us really know how much longer our ear canal is than the ear simulators we use. You can get a general idea. I would say
based on how something sounds to you. But you also don't necessarily know that it's your ear canal, because it could also be like the insertion depth that's possible for you.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you don't know unless someone is publishing the whole realm of insertion depth possible for that ear simulator. And then you're doing the same where you're like, if not measuring, like finding out where the length mode is at your shallowest possible insertion and your deepest possible insertion. You don't really get an idea of how those two ranges compare, but no one is doing that.
I mean, even when we were doing that blocked canal data stuff with the new mics, the Blaine, I was shocked at how significant the variation is just from the placement, the insertion depth of the microphone, and also
because it's a point along, but the ear canal is basically think of it like a string, right? Like at that point, you're talking about a resonance in one dimension, and the point where you are along the standing wave changes a lot.
Yeah. Well, and also I noticed it was severe when we were measuring for the canal transfer function if I went up to 8, but it was also severe when I was comparing with my own ear to the point where like I couldn't be sure that the insertion depth was going to be the same. So like that was a variable that I was struggling to control for when comparing the ear for the rigs and my own actual ear. Right, because I didn't know if this was a feature of insertion. What I was seeing was a feature of insertion depth difference, or if it was like actually difference between my ear and the rig ear.
And this problem is why in the ISO 11904-2 standard they recommend that you measure the HRTF of the subject with the blocked canal mics and then immediately measure the headphone afterwards,
rather than
so that the mic is at the same place, hopefully.
I have an alternative idea.
Oh.
Just put a bead of cyanoacrylate on the mic when you insert it.
What?
Yes, that would work. That would work. But again, we would like to have a second subject.
I mean, listen. Sacrifices have to be made.
All right.
No, so
yeah, I had a second one, but it's harebrained as fuck.
I want to hear this now.
Yeah, so we all know that people are notoriously bad at EQing a headphone to kind of, I guess, per Griesinger's or Griesinger's method, a speaker flat or like a DF result. I would be interested though to run a test where you give people like either an HD 800 or like that ultralight open kind of like webbed looking headphone that a guy in Audio Science Server made. He's like a dude something. Hold on, I could put a link so you can see what I'm talking about.
Also, his name is Greisinger. He's American.
I like the way you pronounced it though. Greisinger.
Yeah,
Greisinger.
Greasy boy.
Yeah.
But I would like to see how something, if you gave people like an incredibly acoustically open headphone that didn't have massive positional variation like the design I just linked, and you EQ'd it to, a population diffuse field head related transfer function under 3K, and then only gave them filters above that, what the responses would end up looking like. Now, my intuition is that they would cut too much treble because there's not going to be any bass, but I would be interested if the cuts they make are in the same places as they would be for their HRTF.
It's just like the guy who was saying we can't have pads.
Manuel Jenkins. Shouts out. But yeah, so like if we were to give people that said EQ'd headphone and then give them specific, narrowband EQ points at like 6.3 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz, 10 kilohertz, 12.5 kilohertz, 15 kilohertz, whatever the kind of standard points per octave we usually see in that band would be like, and then have them EQ to preference, and then compare that to an actual measurement of their DF-HRTF, ideally at the eardrum. I know that's hard. Just to see kind of if the corrections they would make would be the same in terms of their frequency, if not their magnitude.
Well, this is partially complicated by the fact that it's not just peaks that people need to eliminate, it's also dips that they're experiencing. Sure. And in that transfer characteristics of headphones paper, they actually observe that most people are going to be getting dips versus peaks.
Rather than, yeah.
And so I think that you actually might be an outlier here.
Joel, you're still getting...
in terms of me mostly needing to fix peaks.
Yeah.
Joel, you're still a bit quiet for me, Joel. I don't know if he is for anybody else.
I don't actually have a good way to turn up my level here. I would have to. I'll look into this.
Okay, yeah. Blaine, what's your? Sorry, Griffin. Was there more on the? Oh, people are saying you sound fine, Joel. So never mind. It might just be.
Oh, there was an aspect that I didn't mention. So because obviously it not having a base elevation under 3 kilohertz would mean that it could be probably cut too much in the treble. I would be interested to see how like conventionally recorded binaural recordings that are widely agreed to sound good, that are done properly, which means DF calibrated, how that would actually serve as a test stimulus for a test like this.
Yeah, I mean,
because they are meant to be replicated on a DF headphone.
That would add a lot of nuisance variables, because now you're dealing with two HRTFs, actually. You're dealing with the HRTF of whatever you used to capture the binaural recording, and you're dealing with the HRTF of the individual subject. And it's not just kind of like one diffuse HRTF that we're talking about.
Yeah, no, because instruments are placed around and
possible combinations.
Yeah. I would be interested to see the results, though.
Also, someone in the chat here, just because this is the dead horse that we will continue to beat. Someone says, if you sink a lot of time EQing a headphone to preference, I reckon it will become very difficult to upgrade headphones later. And then they say in brackets, because at the end of the day, tonality is better than technicality.
So close to being a base take, and then they just
and then
tripped at the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The point, in case anybody is not a regular listener of the show, is that the mistake here is that tonality and technicality are actually different. If you sink a lot of time EQing your headphone to your preference, and you are being very granular, you are EQing the technicalities as well as the tonality.
Yes. Assuming linear behavior, yada yada, moondrop,
and
variation,
also
yada.
Private language.
All the assumptions that we can generally make. But yes, and just speaking from anecdotal experience, because the way I EQ my headphones is I measure them on my head, and then I EQ them to my own HRTF, which I've measured, is that the technical differences, the technicalities,
the resolution
that differ between headphones all but go away when you actually EQ it to your own HRTF.
Yeah.
This is totally unrelated to anything, but I kind of want to do an in-ear mic facing inward just to see how loudly I can flex my tympanic membrane. Because, like, I know I can, but I want to know how loud the autoacoustic emission is.
Blaine is a ton of fun at parties.
The musings of someone who does not already have ear trauma.
What's Blaine? What's your research?
No, they're talking about fucking sprayinaise again.
Here we go.
Okay.
We should put that on
Jack.
the bingo card.
No.
Blaine, what's your research topic, and how would you do it?
Okay, so this would be fairly painful to do. I think that it is pragmatically possible. Huh?
Painful for the subjects.
No, unfortunately not. No, the pain would be on the part of the people who were actually conducting the experiment.
You can add pain.
True. No, but what I would really like to do is, and you can see this as an extension of what Joel wants to do, I suppose. But I would really like to make a study that included creating a range of different pinnae, measuring HRTF, measuring the interaction with the headphones, etc., and try to come up with a predictive model for how variable subjective perception of a given headphone will be based on its interaction with a set of mannequin pinnae.
What?
So basically the converse. What do you mean, why?
No, I know this is the well, continue.
Okay, so Joel wants to know, when you control for HPTF, how consistent are variations. I want the exact converse. I want a metric that says, how variable will subjective impressions of this headphone be based on a consistent measurement process? Which would require both a fairly large amount of listening tests. It wouldn't actually require measurements on human heads, but it's likely that would be useful. Yes. And also it would require fabricating an entirely custom set of test ears and then doing a bunch of data analysis to make a predictive model that would take the variations you measured there and turn it into an expected variation for subjective perception.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Someone in chat says, pain, connect the headphones to your car battery. The only pain that will cause you is that it will kill your headphones.
That might not be pain depending on the headphones.
True.
Someone says Matt Economist looks identical to a guy they know.
Yeah, it's me. They know me.
Just while we're in between topics here, someone in the chat asked me specifically whether I could EQ. They specifically gave example headphones that I do not have. Like, they asked if I could EQ an Expanse to be as punchy as an HE6V2 or Ether 2. And I sort of gave the counter example that I can EQ an Edition XS to be as punchy as any headphone I've ever heard, which the Edition XS is not known for being particularly punchy. But yes, it becomes just as punchy as any other headphone. And then they say that, yeah, the Ether 2 with Oratories preset, they have some subjective elements. And that's to be expected, because the FR that you're getting if you use Oratories preset is not the same as what you see on Oratories PDF, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I think
Go ahead.
There's actually another one that really I would like to do, but someone is already doing it, and that's weirdly Axel Grell. I really want to see how acoustic impedance interacts with subjective preferences when FR is controlled for. Like, I would like to see fairly specific measurements of the acoustic output impedance of headphones and how that intersects with people's experience of them, because there is a reasonable argument to be made that this is going to be influential, right? Like, that is something that we can perceive physically, and it may impact our perception of sound. And that's something that right now we just sort of, it's in the fudge zone. It's something where we say, okay, well, there's this variation, but we don't actually know what impact it has.
I don't know if that's exactly what Axel's testing, but he is apparently trying to publish something on acoustic impedance.
At least at the time that I saw his presentation on this and talked to him, that was basically what he wanted to test. And he was working with the university in Germany on it.
Just to be clear, Blaine, are we talking about controlling FR the way that FR was controlled for in the Harman research, or are we talking about controlling FR on the individual people's heads in some way?
So I think that both of those would be useful data points. Like, I think it would be good to do both of those tests, because then you will have a very clear explanation of why there'd be preferential variation if, when it's controlled for in situ, there isn't, in fact, any variation.
Oh, there's a bingo.
If that happens.
Square.
If that happens. Well, acoustic impedance is also checked off here, so
yep.
Congratulations, folks. But no, but I think that it would be hard to make this useful without in-ear measurements on people.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have the nuisance variable of the interaction with the ear load. And I mean, obviously that is a real effect, but it's not the one I'm interested in.
I would almost say this is one test where you would absolutely want the measurements to be open canal or somewhat in canal as well. Unfortunately, because I think this is one area where the canal's loading effects could actually produce a difference.
Someone just says the 4-eye guy reminds me of Nero. Is that me? Am I the 4-eye guy? Sorry.
No, there are two people wearing glasses.
I'm not sure what that means.
Like Emperor Nero?
I consider myself more of an Augustus.
I'm thinking of what's that movie where Nero is played by Peter Ustinov? That's showing my age.
Yeah, that one I actually don't remember.
Maybe that's what that person's talking about, though. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree that the two tests Blaine wants to do would be things we would be interested to see the results of. The first one I actually wasn't quite expecting, but I do think it would be interesting to see. Because like what you would be doing is basically, and please correct me because I might be wrong, is like in seeing how a certain given headphone measures on all of these different heads, how that correlates to the variation in subjective preference, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and specifically, the theorized mechanism here is the interrelation of HRTF and HPTF, right?
Right. Yeah, it's basically telling us like how much we should actually care about these things affecting preference, but in a different way that Joel and Andrew would probably do it.
In my case, what I want is something that I can use as a metric of, is this headphone a good recommendation to people, basically?
Right.
Because this is something
based on the measurements we have available.
Yeah.
Yours is tangibly more useful to predicting preference.
Yes.
It would essentially give you, to sort of get outside of the weeds and the
holy
obtuse terminology.
Soma Funk got it. Quo vadis. Sorry, continue.
It would give you a way that you could measure why the expanse doesn't sound like it measures to people. You could have a set of measurements that would tell people, yeah, the expanse is going to have a great FR for some people, but it's highly variable. And so don't expect that you will get the same FR with this headphone. And that's the kind of measurements that we just right now can't do.
Yeah, and it's something where the advantage of this, relatively speaking, is that you don't actually per se need to do in-ear mic testing with this. It would be useful, but it would be possible to implement this experiment without doing that. And that actually does give, like, that does mean that it actually could be in some respects easier to implement.
The measurements on humans would be useful just to ensure that your varying ears actually are a representative sample of human ears. It would just be sort of a sanity check.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you could do listening tests on, let's say, 150 people without measuring the HRTFs of 150 people. Now, that said, with my newly devised torture method, I think that we would actually be able to measure that quite swiftly.
DMS says, did you guys the other day see on our headphones a guy who tried to use auto EQ wrong and wrong and spent the rest of the time talking about how Harman is trash because it lowered his max volume?
Have we really stooped so low in scraping the barrel?
I haven't seen that. I didn't see that post, but that's hilarious to me.
Have we really scraped so low into the barrel's baseboards that this is where we are? Somebody was dumb on Reddit. I mean, this just seems like it's funny, but like
as much as this person was this person was revealing that they don't really understand how to use EQ, but I think it's actually a very easy mistake to make.
Yeah,
because a lot of people are just going to go find a preset. They think that it's going to improve things. And then they realize, oh, wow, this doesn't sound as good. And the reason it doesn't sound as good is because it got quieter. And
because
people generally like, they like things to be loud. And so if you're comparing EQ presets, you have to be very careful to try to match the volumes as close as possible and then go back and forth between them.
And this is why in my EQ tutorial,
than the other.
I recommend people to reduce their digital volume on their player and then just leave it at 0 for the pre-gain. It's still not going to be perfectly apples to apples because it's not guaranteed to be. It's not basically taking a pink noise FFT for volume, but it's better than having 0 versus like -5 or something like that.
Yeah, and the method that I use when I'm just doing sort of simple comparisons between EQs is that what I do is with whatever track that I'm listening to, I try to get the loudness level to the point where my preference for one or the other is the smallest. Like if I prefer one or the other, I will kind of get that subjective preference to be as close as possible and then see which one kind of has this element of preference. Yeah, that I can't attribute to loudness. And then I do that with a bunch of tracks. And of course you can't normalize volume between 2 tracks the same way. It's going to be different on a per track basis, but
normalization of volume is actually quite a pain point for all of these things.
Yep.
Yes.
Is there any reason not to do the pink noise FFT method?
Well, I mean, it's one method. It's just that it's not going to be predictive.
You're not going to be able to expect people to do that.
Perceptually, people don't perceive loudness from different frequency bands the same way. There's a few standards on this for loudness normalization. Like most of the major streaming platforms will normalize loudness using this. Now, to be perfectly frank, when I read these standards and look at how they weight things, I find it quite perplexing because it doesn't really seem to line up with what we find in like the equal loudness contours research, but I presume that they had some methodology that came up with those curves. So yeah, loudness normalization is a fairly controversial topic, actually.
Yeah. Speaking of controversial topics, we kind of touched on this next one a little bit. If you guys want to go to the next topic here.
Is this a snake oil one, or did we cut that one?
No, we're not doing that this time.
Oh.
It's why do people think that a headphone making their music sound bad is a good thing or an indicator of quality in some respect? So this is like basically any of those times where you've seen somebody say, what I realized about this headphone that's so amazing is that it makes bad recordings. It makes me realize how bad my recordings are, or these various different recordings I'm listening to are, which is sort of the issue, I think. Joel, I think you had some things to say on this topic in particular, right?
I think we all do.
Yeah. It's I I mean, the short version is if your headphones make all of your music sound bad, that just means that they're bad headphones. Your headphones are not supposed to make your music sound bad.
Yeah, and I remember, I think I was watching Zeos's review of one of the Abyss headphones, maybe at Diana, and he said, "What this headphone makes you." Actually, I don't remember if it was that Diana, but so maybe I'm misattributing this to him. But one of the things he did say was, "This headphone makes you realize just how much of your music is shit." And that's sort of the question there. Is there a steelman of this assumption that if you have really bad headphones, for example, that don't properly extend in either direction, right, fully, let's say they roll off meaningfully in the treble, that poor recordings would generally not sound, you wouldn't realize as how bad of a recording it is.
Okay, so that is the steelman, is if you had headphones so bad that they're literally band limited, you would not be able to hear high frequency noise or distortions, or maybe like low frequency rumble. But what you're talking about there are absurdly bad, like earphone earbud level bad headphones.
Yeah.
If you're talking about going from a normal headphone to an HD 800 or whatever, and you're like, well, all my music sounds like shit. Congratulations, you don't like the new headphone.
There you go. I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, it does relate a little bit to the original sort of headline topic, about like different headphones for different potentially, all headphones being tuned the same, because it's like you will have people who, like, for me, for example, I have that issue with the HD 800, right? And I could see somebody making that mistake of being like, oh, I didn't realize how bad all my music was, but really it's that they just don't like that 6K peak or wherever, right? And the same might be true for, hey, this headphone, for example, it's super bright, and maybe somebody thinks, oh, I didn't realize that, like, there's all these flaws in my mixes, and that's not necessarily what's going on. It's just that the headphone's super fucking bright.
Yeah, and I have seen this. This is not just an audiophile thing. I have seen this even in some more kind of mainstream sort of audio reviews of more consumer kind of grade stuff, where they've been like, oh, this is a very high quality audio product and it will make you realize just how bad things are. And I think that there is an intuitive assumption that people make, which is that headphones are kind of like a monitor. So if you have been doing photography and you've been editing everything on a 1080p monitor, and then you upgraded to a 4K monitor, it would be very possible to realize that all of your photos were actually quite soft, because you're now viewing them through a higher resolution device. But headphones, assuming that they're not band limited, do not have resolution in that way. If the headphone extends to the range where you can hear, all of the resolution that you're ever going to get is there. But the problem is just the linear frequency response error.
Yep. I think we're generally all aligned on that.
Yeah, I mean, this one's one where, like, the answer is so transparently, of course, if your headphones make your music sound bad, then you don't enjoy the headphones. Like Capra is saying, what about, I listen to 80s punk and it doesn't sound good on headphones that I enjoy everything else on. It sounds like that music sucks.
Yeah. And like,
like if you enjoy all the other music and you don't enjoy that, it sounds like you don't enjoy that music.
So, like, from my perspective,
I
got into any, go ahead, Joe.
Well, that's just an issue. Like, it's very possible that just because it goes one way, it doesn't mean it goes the other way. Like, there's going to be badly recorded music that just sounds bad on everything, that nothing can save.
See, also,
especially if
I say that as someone who listens to some.
Yeah. If you listen to something that was like really, really deep in the loudness wars era, and it's just really badly compressed, you can't fix that compression with a different headphone. It's always going to sound badly compressed, no matter what headphone you use.
But sometimes that's
I think that's often a problem.
Okay, so Capra says, I enjoy an 80s punk on Porta Pro. This is a good example of a headphone that is, in fact, band limited. the Porta Pro it's one of the reasons I don't recommend it. That thing does not have enough treble. And so you are literally just fucking band passing out some of the high frequency shit in your music.
It measures fairly normal in the treble on 5128. On the Gross heads, it is absolutely.
Well, that's a weird one because it kind of crushes the pinna, and so you can't really know.
Well, I mean, that's how the headphone is used. I mean,
yeah, no, I know, but that's why it's
the ear simulator's doing a simulation
for sure. Yeah,
but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call the Porta Pro band limited. I would call it too.
I just think it should be banned.
So not band limited, just banned.
Yeah, but
it's certainly band limited in the bass.
Yeah,
like it doesn't have full bass.
But I don't think
that's less the issue. Yeah,
I don't think that's going to make a bad recording or a good recording turn into a bad recording.
Speaking of Porta Pro, the news of the week is that there's a new Porta Pro.
Apparently, yeah, I've been seeing links for a Porta Pro 2.0 wireless where they apparently removed the neckband. It's not available for purchase yet. I've seen nothing from Cost proper on it. I've just seen it like posted on a few storefronts. It looks, I mean, the Porta Pro has always, in my opinion, looked good, which is why it was like one of the first nerd headphones I ever bought. But it's having a resurgence in terms of like drip right now. Drip being what
So are you saying that you got?
I don't
into
think that they call it drip anymore. Isn't it Riz now?
They're different things, Blaine.
I've been trying to keep up with the
wow.
Riz is short for charisma.
Welcome to the.
I'm aware of what Riz is short for.
Yeah, this is how I am with literally everything.
Yes, but
I mean, you have no Riz, no drip, no bitches, etc., etc.
But also no frame of reference for what any of that means.
Anyway, part of the Porta Pro coming back was, yes, like kind of the fashion and the aesthetics of it all, but also it was it being wired and that kind of being novel to like today's generation of casual tech consumer. So I'm wondering how well this product will actually be received, because obviously it looks the same, but it doesn't have
people
a wire.
Buying that stuff are buying it in part because they're hipsters and they want the wire.
Well, yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm curious how well that design will do.
But the thing is, the people who are buying it, they want the wire because they're trying to stand out by not having wireless headphones. Is what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's why I'm not sure how well it will do.
Blaine just being a dick.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same kind of vibe as like vinyl. It's like like vinyl has
inconvenient
old-fashioned vibes.
Yeah,
but we're just getting to the point where wired headphones have old-timey vibes now, because consumers expect wireless products now.
Fully believe that is one of the sole. It's probably the largest factor in why people like Grados. Is that sort of like retro styling? Got that hipster vibe.
Hey Griffin, can you link me the Porta Pro 5128 measurement?
Sure. 1 second.
But by the way, I just have to note, like this card that you made for this topic, Griffin, is like bad sound equals good sound.
Dude, I gotta fit them into a very small space, and that does not tell anything. But
no,
I tried a bunch of.
Anybody coming at this cold, after the fact, without the context of what this topic is, gonna be like, what is this?
Okay.
Good headphones, Blaine, bad sound would probably be how I'd say it.
Blaine, do you just want an image or do you want the text file?
Image is fine. Image is fine.
Okay.
Also, Jamie, can you pull up a picture of the chimpanzee that's super ripped? No?
What?
It's all right. It's an old meme referencing the Joe Rogan Experience, a popular podcast with the youth.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Hold on a sec.
I think we're all kind of aligned on this. The bad sound equals good sound topic. We can move on. Yes. All right.
Sure.
Mind
you, Blaine, that is with Yaxi pads. That is Metal 571's unit.
Oh, well, the Yaxi pads meaningfully change the sound, though.
They do, but we all recommend them with the Yaxi pads.
I admittedly have never heard it with the Yaxi pads.
Blue and red. I still didn't like it that much. It had to, for my usual reasons for not liking things.
Oh yeah.
Griffin,
Do you want to go
IR.
first?
No, you guys have more. I'll go somewhere in the middle.
I'm happy to go first if you
Yeah.
want. My impressions are of the Aun AR5000, which I actually have a review coming out soon. And then the DT990, which I guess I can talk about. But the Aun AR5000.
Remember that things are in the asset channel, by the way.
Oh, you did. Great. Let me pull up the squiggly lines. This is just going to be the 5.28 data. I did have the gross data as well, but for reasons, I'm just going to show the 5.28 data here. If I may. All right. Is this showing up on stream for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, so that's the Aun. Bam. There we go. Oh, sorry. There we go. So the Aun AR5000.
It just seems kind of meh.
What's that?
It just looks kind of meh.
In what way?
The area between 500 hertz and roughly 5 kilohertz.
So I actually think this one sounds very good, but it is very mid-rangey. So for people who are who don't like the HD6XX or 650 kind of sound, they probably wouldn't be into this one. But this is like HD650 adjacent in a sense, in a large sense. I would say it's a little bit. Sometimes it's a bit overly much in terms of the mid-range forwardness.
So
at
it's
least
too
for me.
warm.
Just a tad. Well, actually, okay. So my issue with it is definitely in this sort of like lower treble-ish kind of. There is that hint of glare that comes through, but I think for most people the issue might be that it is overly warm, right? The treble roll-off you see here is not present on the gross data, so this is an HPTF variation effect, seemingly, but. It also does sound a bit like this to me. Like it sounds like the upper treble sort of airy qualities are not as present. And in that respect,
generally align better with the 5128 head.
They typically do. Not always, but often. So I would say like for that sort of like treble generally, the HD600 is still preferable to me. But the bass extension's better on the Aun, like significantly better. It is a little bit more forward in that sort of like lower mid-range, the thickness section, which again, if some people didn't like that about the HD6 series, they won't like this one either. But I think this is like, it does timbre really well. Generally, it does, the treble balance, again, fairly well for the most part. Like 90% of the recordings I listen to sound fantastic with this. The harmonic distortion is also a lot lower than what you find with the HD6 series. So for anybody wanting to do EQ, this is a good candidate. The other thing is that it's ergonomically really good. It's not as light as the HD6 series, but it's not as clampy. And the big thing is that the pads are a lot more robust. So I don't imagine that they will. You know how like the 6 series, as the pads were in, they get super warm or a lot warmer. I don't imagine that's going to be quite as significant with the Aun. Obviously, time will tell. But the pads are a lot closer to like the kind. They're not exactly like this, but they're a lot closer to like the Sundara pads, for example. They look and feel kind of like that size and that thickness. So yeah, like I'm not going to say it's like outright an upgrade over the HD6 series. I just think it's like an alternative, right? A reasonable adjacent sounding product. It's almost like between HD 650 and 660 S2, but closer to the 650, right?
It looks more like 490 Pro, honestly.
Yes. I'm just saying with that sort of like, I mean, yeah, I can see it. I'm just saying with that sort of like forward kind of lower mid section relative to the like 2K to 3K region.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, I would say in general, it's just that sort of like lush, rich kind of sound signature. more so than that sparkly kind of character that you get from the 490 Pro. But I quite like this one. I thought this was really good.
Cool.
One that I would legitimately consider purchasing for myself. The EQ adjustments that I make on it are fairly minor. There is what I noticed consistently across both heads, that sort of notch feature between 3 and 4 kilohertz. I don't know how perceptually relevant that's going to be for people. I didn't find it to be meaningfully detrimental to the sound quality, but it is something that I filled in and it tracked, reasonably well, took to EQ well. So yeah, I think it's a solid product.
Cool.
It's funny because in your description of that headphone, it sounds like something that I would hate.
Yeah.
It sounds like something that Griffin would love.
The 6XX. Yeah, it sounds like Griffin would love it and I would hate it.
I would also hate it.
I don't think I would love it. I actually don't like that much of a warm mid-range tilt. I just don't like that much treble.
Right. So actually, I should have had the gross data for it as well, because the gross data does show that it is well extended up there. So this is just a difference in heads.
Mm-hmm.
But the gross data, I was sort of struggling with where to normalize it, given that, this is one of the things, is that the headphone itself is, even though it's open, it's not that low acoustic impedance. Like, it does have quite a bit of damping,
significant front damping.
Yeah. And well, just like when you put your hands over the cups, the sound barely changes, right?
Oh.
So it's open, right? But it's like not open, if that makes sense.
Got it.
Capra is giving live impressions of this headphone as we speak, because
he just got it.
The postman literally just delivered it. So
do you like it?
He says that pads feel nice, build feels nice, cable is very nice.
He says it's super open.
And he says that your voice sounds quite nice over it, Andrew.
Yeah, but he says it's super open, but like, just try putting your hands on the cups, right? Like, it does change a little bit, but it's not nearly as much as like what you get with like a HD 800 or something like that.
I will point out that there's not necessarily a good proxy for openness there, because that depends on how the back of the driver is as well. Like, how much of the back wave is trebly. So
my sense of it, when I was just sort of like kind of looking at it, is that the openness is actually in the gaps around, and then the grill bit is more damped.
Oh yeah, Capra says it's got a bunch of vents on the sides.
Yeah, the venting seems very open. That part seems open. But yeah, I mean, as Blaine is saying, like, a lot of it is, it's not just down to that. Okay, so that's that one. I like, strong recommendation for me. Blaine, do you want to do that one? Because I have the DT990 next.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think this is actually, I got this because someone was asking about it on the headphones.com Discord, not knowing that Andrew Park has access to one and just hasn't bothered to measure it. So he should do that soon.
I didn't know that I had access to that's the MMX 100 that Blaine has. I didn't even know we had it until because we were cleaning out the office a couple days ago.
I wouldn't suggest that we show my measurements, because this is it's a moderately coupling sensitive closed headphone, and I only have a Keymar right now operational for measurements. Shit ain't doing super good. Keymars are a very leaky head.
It's not the flat plate of the Gross.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
And perceptually, it has a lot more bass than I measure it with. I would say this is actually basically like pretty damn close to a DT770 for less money, and you get a decent microphone. Like, it's actually surprisingly good value.
It's $80, you said, right?
Yeah, $80 is what I paid. And I think that's like, the MSRP is 100, I think, but it's functionally $80. It has some kind of weird meme-y functions, like a mic mute switch and a volume control, but while the volume control seems to just be wired in series with the drivers, the impedance seems to be flat enough that it isn't massively changing the timbre.
So a general
circuit they have in there.
General sound signature, would you say?
I mean, it sounds like the DT770, honestly. The treble's a little
kind
bit
of E-shape.
Yeah, the treble's got some spike to it. There's more bass than I'd like. There's a dip in the lower mids that makes male voices sound like they've become castrati.
Some people like that.
There's some unevenness in the upper mids, I would say. Interestingly, it sounds massively better if you just absolutely squish the pads onto your head. I actually think that if like Deconi or somebody made a version of this that had like half this depth pads, it may be less ergonomic, but it would sound meaningfully better. But no, it's like a pretty average. Like, I would say that this would be a better headphone than anything else I've heard for under $100 that's closed, and it's a headset. So I like that. I would like to see more cheap stuff that is at least okay.
How are the ergonomics?
I wonder how it would compare to that JBL, the JBL Tune 710, I think, because that would
Is
be
that
a
over
headphone
ear?
in a similar price range.
The one
It's
that
over
rolls-
ear, close back.
The one that
Right,
rolls
and
off in the
that's-
treble?
And that's active,
I don't
right?
remember how it members.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
So I have.
I just know
one
that it's
actual-
kind of a go-to below $100 recommendation.
I would want to check it out, but I actually do have a complaint with over ears that are active, which is if I was going to wear this for gaming, I wouldn't really want to worry about charging it, and I don't have to because it's passive.
Yeah.
Although on the converse side, the JBL probably does sound better, and it's probably more regular in terms of its bass response on head. Although even with my glasses, I had it had more bass than I would like, frankly. So no, I think this is pretty decent. Ergo wise, I mean, it's a bear. Like this thing, honestly, what it just feels like is like they made the DT770 a lot cheaper and the treble a little bit less objectionable.
And
which
the
seems
pads
like
are
a pretty
leather.
Pleather, but yeah.
But yeah,
leather.
but not the velour. Yeah.
I mean, the velour on the 770 pads was ungodly anyway, so
Not a fan.
yeah. So I mean,
this is but ergonomically challenging.
Well, I mean, for people with smaller ears, I think it'll be fine. If you're okay with buyers, then I think it'll be good for you. If you're not, then you're gonna for me, it pinches the bottom of my pinna. And
The thing with the JBLs is that they have a really small ear cavity, actually.
oh, well, that's even worse than this one.
Yeah.
So this is like
Yeah.
bigger than that at least. So
Was it 7
And also-
BT or something like that?
710 BT is
Yeah,
the
I
one
think
most
so.
people
Yeah.
recommend.
That-
and
that
then they'll
one
also
is the-
recommend 760 NC, which is basically the exact same chassis, but it has noise canceling. So it sounds a little bit worse.
The treble roll off one. That's pretty rough.
710 has the treble roll
Yeah.
off. 760 NC actually has more treble, I think.
Oh, interesting.
also got to give Bayer credit. It's just well built. Good plastics.
The
pads are swappable pretty easily. It's just like I would like to see more companies making something like this instead of like
Yeah.
I mean almost every headset that was made by anyone that isn't Sennheiser really. Like the PCX3 or PC38X is basically the only good headset from an audiophile company that isn't the Maxwell.
Someone in the chat here says that the JBL 710 BT fits them fine if they fold their ears inside like rolling a cigar.
That's good.
Funny.
Harchu
right,
asks, is the unit variation psychotic? I will send this unit to Andrew and he can compare to his unit. We'll only have two, but we will have two.
That's something.
Well, yeah. You'd have to do that sooner rather than later because we're going to ship that one out to the new space soon.
You're shipping the MMX 100?
Probably. We're going to ship basically everything that we have.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you
well-
see the pictures of the office? It's like
Yeah,
all
we're-
boxes.
Just measure it and I'll send this up this week or next week
Sure.
or whatever.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah. I'll be there so I can pick it up. I have the DT990 here. I have the squigs for it. Sorry, this is DT990 Pro 250 ohm. This is with fresh-ish pads. It's not the freshest pads because this is the unit that got sent to. I don't remember who reviewed it.
Was it Chrono?
Either DMS or Chrono. So
well,
it has been
DMS
used.
had his video where he absolutely lambasts it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was exactly this unit, but so this has been around for a while. It's been used for a while, but it's not the most worn in, right? And here is the frequency response, which is pretty reasonable until you get to around like 5-6K, and then it just goes to all hell. The reason why I have this in, well, it's twofold. One is to see because we were sort of recognizing that there was a group of people who rated this one highly, right, Blaine?
Yes.
So
Similarly highly to the
in fact,
Harman
not just a
targets.
group. It was actually, the DT990 was actually quite well rated in the Harman research.
Yeah. So part of me, and that's with fresh pads, right?
One assumes the measurements seem to indicate that they're similar to the measurement you have here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this to me was like, okay, like, is there a scenario where in the past my listening to this headphone was, affected or erroneous to some extent, and maybe this segment is, or this group of people who rated it similarly highly, right, is onto something. So I wanted to try it again. No, it's absolutely fucking intolerable. No, you want to euthanize people for having absurd base level preferences. This is like that for me, but it does speak. It makes me wonder so much more about Joel narrative and the potential for how this headphone might, if it varies substantially from ear to ear.
Well, ironically, this is like the only headphone we actually have some data on for that.
We do have data on that, right? So
yeah.
So this is one where it's like, did people actually prefer this kind of sound signature, or were they getting a sound signature that was like 10 dB, 15 dB different from what this shows above 6K?
Do we want to show the Joel graph now?
Let's get into that after the impressions. Yeah,
I'm grabbing it right now and putting it in the assets channel.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to talk about it now or later. It might make more sense.
We can talk. Yeah, I was gonna say we should talk about it later. But basically, the impressions that I have of, well, I'll pull this up just to give people a sense. Then we can come back to this shortly, if I can. This is the DT990 from multiple different sources of data. And this is obviously compensated, right? So
compensated to diffuse field of each ear that the headphone was measured on.
That's not true. So it's not. This is not compensated to the diffuse field of each.
Average.
It's compensated to the average, because unfortunately the way that the data is presented in this database, I can't match the headphone responses to the HRTFs of the people.
But you have the raw responses, yeah? And that's...
So yeah, this is raw responses compensated to the average so that we can see the spread on people. And so what we're seeing, or that's with the color traces. The color traces are all on real people, and the color traces are actually a single headphone. So there's no unit variation in the color traces. And then the white traces are measurements on head and torso simulators and are different units. So the purpose of this visual is to illustrate that the variation that we see between given rigs and how they measure headphones seems to be somewhat analogous to the amount of variation that we see on real human heads, which in this case is 10, 15 decibels in some cases.
The issue that I have with the white traces, because you said those are potentially different units, right?
Yeah, they are potentially different. Yeah, they are different units.
Is that because I had a whole bunch of DT990s, lots of different Bayers, right? And I found that of the units that were supposed to be the same, the unit variation was extreme in the treble. And it was down to the pads themselves. So that's my concern, is that like when you're dealing with different units, you're dealing with a lot of nuisance variables, because you're not just dealing with you're dealing with unit variation for one, but you're also dealing with pad wear-in as another massive variable. So that's why I actually think that the colored traces are the more interesting ones.
They are, for sure.
They are.
The colored traces, because they're a single unit. It just shows how much the frequency response on individual heads can vary. And just to maybe give people who aren't ultra nerds like we are a little context, that variation is much larger than the variation that you would expect from individual people's diffuse field HRTFs.
Now, is that all done with the same spec mic, with the same mic insertion depth placement? Which that's the challenge.
It
right?
should be, yes.
Yeah. Because
that's the SADI database, right?
Yeah, the SADI2 database. I'm not saying that this is the best quality data. It's probably not the best quality data, to be honest, because I have spent a lot of time poring over the SADI2 database, and unfortunately the authors made some rather embarrassing mistakes in how they collected some of their data, which we don't have to get into. But it is unfortunately kind of one of the more accessible measurements of the same headphone on different people's heads, and it shows a lot of variation. And it's very similar to what I have observed in my own measurements of headphones on my own head. When I measure headphones on my head, they measure very differently from what you get on any head and torso simulator.
Yeah. So that's sort of that is, we could talk about that topic. But as it relates to the DT990 Pro, it's one that I had to, like I said, drop by about 11 dB to make it just tolerable, even just for this podcast, to listen to voices, because it's so unbelievably ungodly sibilant that at the very least, what it's showing on the rig here is, fairly congruent with how it sounds to me, subjectively, right? So I suppose the question, and like, this is all stuff that we knew, right? We knew about the DT990 having massive treble spikes, and that, it seems like, okay, this is like beating a dead horse. But the main reason I wanted to try this, as I mentioned, is I want to actually wear in the pads now, and I want to see, I want to have a unit that I can compare with, basically, before and after, to see if, hey, maybe this is a more tolerable response, and figure out how long that actually takes. So that's really what's going on there. Ergonomically, I'm also not particularly pleased with this one. I don't like circular, especially when the pad opening it's not small. It's actually reasonably large, but for whatever reason, it does pinch on my earlobe. I have long, dangly earlobes. So,
well, I mean, ears are not circular.
Yeah. Not a fan of that. It's lightweight, at least, but I do like the build quality. Feels it's the kind of thing that I want headphones to be made out of. But that's basically what I have to say about that. No, it does not sound more detailed, because it has absurd amounts of treble.
Do we want to fight someone in the chat who has a bad take about the DT990?
DT990s are for monitoring the high frequency sounds only outlier speakers can produce anyways. Okay. But with some EQ, they're the most comfortable, and those highs work well for binaural.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing is, no, I don't think anywhere in their marketing, Beyerdynamic is saying they are, quote, for monitoring the high frequency sounds only outlier speakers can produce. Most people are buying a DT990 because they think it is a good headphone. And for some people, it is a good headphone. I don't agree with the assessment of them being specifically useful for mixing, mastering, or editing music.
I don't understand why.
Treble coloration. That said, it's interesting that they say the highs work well for binaural. I have no idea why it would.
Well, it might be because for a lot of binaural music, it's actually recorded quite dark-ish. Like, I'm thinking of the Chesky recordings.
Well, you're supposed to listen to them on a DF equalized headphone, and I'm pretty sure a DT990 is still. Yes.
Yeah. Wouldn't a DT880 then be better, though, regardless?
Yes.
Well, an HD600 would be better.
Well, yeah, but a DT880 would be great for that, because it doesn't have the bass rotundness.
Yeah. I don't
know.
So
in other words, the 990's raison d'etre is not very clear, although it does seem to have performed well in some subjective listening tests.
I mean, the raison d'etre seems to be people like it.
But this is where Joel narrative is fascinating to me, right? Because maybe there are people out there, maybe the people who liked it, right? They're just not getting that response not even close to that level of treble at their eardrums, right? Or like relative to their
I do think that you are coping.
I mean, but that seems like a reasonable thing, though, right? Like,
to be fair, Blake thinks we're all coping.
Well,
because he's not from right style.
Well, I think that you don't want to imagine that people can like something significantly brighter than what you like.
Hold on. If anybody is getting at their eardrums what I'm getting at my eardrum with this headphone, it's highly unlikely that people are going to prefer that over less treble.
That's the thing. I don't know that that's true.
I don't know that's true either. I just think it's unlikely. I think I would expect it to have. I would expect that perception to not score favorably relative to a perception of how I might hear the Harman treble level.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
you might
expect. Be surprised, dude.
Yeah, but that's where Joel narrative is interesting, and I keep calling it Joel narrative, but it's that HPTF variation that
I really need to get a DT990 unit to try it out. And I'll measure it on my own head so that we can see what it looks like on my head. But,
actually, that's something I still need to do as well. Is blocked canal.
Something that I have observed about the DT990 is that on the grass rigs, the DT990's treble generally looks a lot more reasonable than it does on the 5128, and my preferences usually align much better with the grass rigs. Well,
I measured some on grass as well. Did I show you that graph of the? It was a different.
I will say that unit is absolutely the brightest 990 I had ever seen.
Yeah, it is. I've never seen a 990.
No.
The Gross measurement
one.
you posted a while ago.
Measurement. So that was also the brightest one of the ones that I had, because I had a bunch, and there were other ones that were.
So you chose the one that was worst.
I chose it only for the video that I was doing recently, because I showed all the measurements of every single unit. I just showed that one to indicate, hey, maybe this would be something worth paying attention to.
Yes, he chose the one that was worst as part of his anti-DT990 agenda.
It wasn't even relevant what headphone it
Biased and nitpicking. Shaking my damn head.
Yeah. In the actual video on the DT990, I showed all of them, right? And they were all very, very bright, right? It's just that one was the one that was the most insane. And this was also part of like, hey, the unit variation on these is actually quite extreme. So some people might genuinely be getting, excessive 560 dB more trouble than others.
But if you looked at what my personal EQ looks like and applied that EQ to an Edition XS measurement, it would look insane. It would be like, how on earth can he handle those massive treble peaks? And of course, it's because those peaks line up with dips that I get on my head.
Right.
So I don't think that it looks insane on the graph is actually enough for us to say that people are getting insane treble on their heads.
Yeah, in the treble, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't feel like I can be. So that's why I think this is an interesting thing. In terms of like sussing out where the difference between genuine preference and the difference in what people are actually getting at the eardrums, because I have such a hard time imagining that if people are hearing it the way I'm hearing it, that they would prefer it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that is just cope and seethe, as Blaine likes to call it. But I would be skeptical that if people are actually genuinely getting this. The other side of it is like, how do we get to a point where I'm thinking of all those other situations where you have to account for variables like age, gender, other things that might be also like physiologically different about people, presbycusis, things like that, in terms of how that relates to preference. So there are several different factors, right? I'm just one guy only listening out my own 2 ears, right? So anyway, we can move on.
Demographics do not actually seem to have a huge effect, at least in the Harman stuff, which is one of the things.
Didn't you say that it was mostly women who found this one to be preferable?
Well, no, I said that almost all women found that to be preferable. Okay, however,
Gotcha.
The population that liked the DT990, while it included almost all the women, also included a lot of men.
Right.
Yeah. And even in the earlier studies, I think most of the population chose a response that would have been bright for you.
Study.
A response that was
I meant the 2015 one. The 2013 one was kind of an outlier in that regard.
Yeah.
Even though that's the one I like the most.
See, I'm a 2018
So I do want to make, just while we're on the subject of the DT990, someone said that the DT990 has been used in music production for forever. And I just want to say that unfortunately, we do not live in a world where all of the products that have amazing reputations are actually good.
It's honestly on the level where if something is used in music production, you should probably be more suspicious of it. Because that is a space that is very much so ruled by the standards and best practices of a bygone era that has just been for one, roundly proven false, but none of their products have really been updated to reflect that, and very few of their practices and how they use these products have also been updated. So obviously they're
Is this our opportunity to start beef with ATC? I would like to start beef with ATC.
I know you would like to start beef with ATC. No, but like you could start beef with a lot of the mixing and mastering engineers about a lot of things. Like we could start some beef about the NS10 or the Aventone Mix Cube. To be clear, fact that DT990s are used in studios, even though
I actually don't have that much of an issue with this being marketed as a studio headphone, given other aspects about it. Like, for example, it's durable as all hell. People can throw it around in the studio and not have an issue.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think the DT990 gives the impression in the hand of being built well.
Oh, you don't think it's not actually built well?
No. I think the actual construction is stable. Mm-hmm. But what happens when that cable gets bent?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But like, this is one of the reasons people market this type of cable for pro use, right?
Never made sense to me.
But that's just another. If you're marketing the product for pro use around things that are not necessarily related to the sound, my point is I don't have too much of an issue with that if genuinely that is helpful and preferred by people in pro applications. But I don't think that just because you call it pro, this gets back to the sound guys thing. I don't think that just because you call it, for professional use, that it necessarily indicates it's good for that application sound wise.
Yeah, well, I would go further and just say I have issue with the concept of. Now, I understand that headphones are necessary in studio work for certain things, but when they are advertising a headphone as neutral and good for mastering, I have issues with that precisely because of the graph that we just looked at showing just how immensely variable the frequency response is on people's heads. You can have basically no confidence that what you're hearing is going to anywhere closely resemble a studio monitor.
And you can extend that honestly to the companies advertising their headphone equalization as similarly neutral or speaker-like or anything like that. So it's rough. It's rough. I would not have expected that coming from a life of being more oriented around kind of the studio pro audio side of things, and then coming here that I would actually learn as much as I did. But I did, and that's a problem. I never gave my impression. Oh, what's up?
Oh, no. Go on with your impressions. Fighting with Chad is fun, but there's only so long we can do it. Go on.
Trev's actually got a bass take there, though.
We should
even audiophiles are upset about being audiophiles. Okay, so I have two IEMs that I just got in. One of them I've heard before, and that's the Symphonium Triton right there. So this is an IEM that frankly most people don't talk about. Even when it came out, it was received rather tepidly because it was released at the same time as their other IEM, the Helios, which probably has a lot more name recognition. The Helios is tuned to kind of like a Harman-like response, but with a recessed 3K. It is widely acknowledged to be technical, kind of nimble, fast, impactful sounding IEM. The Helios is a full balanced armature set. I think it sounds rather thin, not a huge fan. The Triton, by contrast, uses the same shell, but uses a dynamic driver for the bass. I think it's still sealed, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure why they did that. But I do prefer it significantly to basically any of their IEMs. So my other favorite from them is the Meteor, which is very bassy and kind of lumbering and bordering on muddy, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, I mean,
it's their closest to new meta, right, from them.
So actually, there's an argument that this is actually
Interesting.
So
I'm curious about that.
The measurements are in live stream assets if you want to look at them, but what it has that is kind of congruent with what we talk about is the lower mid-range rises typical to like what we would want to see on a 5128. So it's not like flat lower mids like you see on a lot of other things.
God, I hate
now
these
where it kind of
visualizations.
deviates is the 1 to 2K region, and that's where it's like, you know, definitely not in line with the new meta. So it is a little bit kind of clappy and boxy and a little bit kind of small sounding.
Okay.
But I do actually kind of vibe with the mid-range overall. It kind of reminds me of the Truthier Hexa, but if it were like a little more what's the word? Just a little more textured, I think, in the mid-range up to 3K. Above 3K, it's yeah, so this is where Symphonium just kind of loses me across the board. Like they use this kind of treble setup like around 4 to 8 kilohertz, and it all generally looks similar between their IEMs, and I do not like that setup. Like it leads to an elevation in the lower treble that just basically always sounds wrong to me. The only time they haven't had that is the Meteor, and I like the treble of that IEM for the most part. So there's no huge bass shelf, but there is kind of like a gentle bass slope, kind of forward 1 to 2K, forward 5 to 6K. And then the upper air is reasonable, actually. It's not quite as dark as I would like, but that would probably be too dark for most people. But I would say very few people would actually have an issue with the upper treble of this IEM. In terms of what I think it does well, I think the overall spectral balance or tilt isn't really necessarily towards the bright side like a lot of Symphonium's IEMs tend to be, but it's also not bassy, warm, anything like that. So even though the mid-range isn't quite what I would call neutral, I think spectrally it is kind of an even balance. I don't think it's worth the price, but that's actually to do more with the ergonomics. So I don't know how well you can see this on my iPhone.
Is that the same shell
camera.
as the Helios?
Same shell as the Helios. So the
that's
nozzle is
rough.
thick as hell. It's super long. The shell
Yeah.
itself isn't especially ergonomically molded either. But honestly, those things are fine for me. What I can't do is just the unvented shell. Ever since I got vent pilled, there's been no going back. I really can't do sealed IEMs anymore. It's too much of a bother.
So like a pressure buildup?
Yeah,
the occlusion effect is noticeable and problematic. And I get a sense that like because it's a dynamic driver, it feels like something is being choked in there. Such that it yeah, I don't know. It just subjectively doesn't sound as warm as the kind of measurement would suggest in the bass due to having that rise. So overall, I think it's kind of slept on in that it actually does offer a tuning that I think a lot of people would like. But it's probably too expensive and not ergonomic enough.
Well, if I remember correctly, they after the Helios, they got a lot of feedback on the shell ergonomics being pretty rough.
Yeah, so this is an older IEM.
Yeah,
they
moved to new. Yeah,
this is an era or two ago. So since then, they released the Meteor, which was their crazy small, very, for me, ergonomic shell. And then they went from that to the Crimson, which is kind of in between. So they've addressed the shell issue with their future products. However, they haven't really tuned anything like this since, and that's kind of a bummer because they keep kind of going for like a VU colored type sound. And like as much as I think their products are successful, I really think they just kind of have a hole in their catalog for something that's a little more normal sounding.
Right.
So decent. I think some people might like it, but the ergonomics might be a pain in the ass there. On the other hand, what I have here is the Sony IER M7, which I'm opening the box for this one because I want to show just how ridiculous the included accessories package is with this. I love this. Everyone should do this. You get a ton of tips, 2 cables. You get the IEMs, which were up here but are now in the little pouch here.
Broken.
The cables are reasonably ergonomic and soft. They don't get super tangled. They're lightweight and thin. Unfortunately, they're kind of a weird connector. I don't know if they're MMCX or something else proprietary. I'm not super connector pilled or anything like that. The shell shape is novel, but not in a pointless way. It actually does kind of feel very ergonomic in my ear. It's a full BA set. And per the measurements, which are also in the live stream assets channel, they're kind of similar to the Triton, actually, in that they do that kind of linear rise from 1K down to the bass. So it's not like a super bass emphasized.
I'm going to try and pull this up on the stream. It's just that your visualization is a challenge.
Yeah, Squig Crane Grap sucks. Yeah, I should probably upload this to our
hold on
measurement database.
There we go. Yeah. It's just very visually cluttered is all.
Yeah, so, no disagreement
continue.
Here. Anyway, so it has a warm mid-range, like decisively warm. And I like that, especially for something that uses BAs and doesn't have like kind of the traditional like harming bass elevation. If it didn't have this warmth, the rest of the response would be much too bright. But the mid-range above 1K is actually really solid. Kind of rises in the right place, doesn't have too much of that kind of honk, shout, whatever I find on, frankly, most IEMs. The ear gain amount is also reasonable, maybe a little bit recessed at like 3K, something like that, but nothing crazy. And also for the lower treble, it's not really super unreasonable either. There's like maybe one peak around there that's a little not grating, but a little bit it commits a certain texture. But then the real only issue I have with this IAM is that the upper air is kind of ridiculous. At least this unit. I've seen some other units that measure quite a bit differently. But overall, this is a mostly normal sounding IEM that's just a little bit too bright in the treble that I think also is kind of slept on. The accessories and ergonomics package is phenomenal, frankly. I've not really unboxed an IEM where I was that shocked by how good everything included was. The tips it comes with are also very comfortable. I literally only have one problem, well, maybe two problems with the IAM, which is the treble peak and the fact that it's sealed. But other than that, they go for a pretty reasonable price on Amazon. So if anyone wants to try something that's like reasonably new meta, comfortable, are okay with something that's not really like super bass elevated or anything like that, I actually think this is a really solid IEM, and I think a lot of people would like it.
They also go for a reasonable price on headphones.com. I'd just like to mention.
So the thing is, they go for like twice as much through us than they do on like Amazon. Well, so like on Amazon, they have them for like 400. We have them for like 800. Now, I would still say this accessories package, the ergonomics and everything, don't make it unreasonable for that price, especially when you consider how bad other IEMs can be at that price.
No, but like if you can get it for 400, I would not pay twice the price for it, no matter how good the accessories are.
That is a correct assessment of the worth. So yeah, solid. Actually, I am kind of upset that I didn't look into this IEM sooner. For those who are privy to the DT200 kind of tuning, it's kind of like that, but it's less muddy down low, more clear, and I think the treble spike is in a kind of better place, so it doesn't sound quite as incoherent as the DT200. Now it is a lot more expensive, but
yeah, it does.
Yeah, I quite like this IEM. I'm glad I asked to review it.
The warmth and treble peak might sort of balance one another a little bit.
They do bring it kind of to like a spectrally neutral, maybe a slight bright tilt for me. But yeah, I wouldn't say I was surprised with how much I liked it, because obviously I kind of knew how it measured before I received it. But I think it being slept on in favor of the M9 is kind of a misstep, because I actually prefer the M7 to the M9.
Interesting.
So I think people who are into the M9 but don't want to spend that much should maybe look into the M7 because it's actually something I would recommend.
Cool.
And that's it.
And
all
now
right.
that IEM time is over, I can tab back in.
And it's just in time for the...
I have an IEM to talk about.
All right.
Joel impressions? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm a little late to the game here, but I wanted to talk about Binky a little bit. Because I've been listening to Binky a lot. Yeah. Timmy was nice enough to send me a unit. So thank you, Timmy. But Binky is a really interesting IEM to me. First, like on a very positive note, it's the first IEM that I'm using without EQ. Now I would count Dusk DSP. I would just use the DSP cable potentially. It depends on whether the digital noise issues bothered me.
For folks who are unaware, Binky is Dunu DaVinci Giz Audio.
Yeah, affectionately known as Binky. But yeah, this is a passive IEM that I just find very enjoyable without EQ. And so that's quite remarkable. And so like that's very positive. It sounds great. And I would say that it sounds better than I thought it would kind of after looking at measurements. If you look at the measurements, I kind of thought that I would have issues in the kind of 4 to 5K region. And I thought that the bass would probably be kind of quite a bit too much. I do agree that there's a little bit too much bass, and it's specifically kind of in the lower bass that the elevation can make the bass sound a little kind of poofy. It doesn't have kind of the impact that you would hope for, but it's surprisingly overall balanced. And I think that the bass really does balance out what might be seen as kind of an elevation in the treble. And I find it surprisingly spacious sounding, which for me is actually a really important thing. And when I attempt to do a little bit of kind of EQ to something that I would usually prefer more, that spaciousness goes away for some reason. And so I don't know what it is about the response of this IEM in particular, but it sounds more spacious to me than most IEMs.
Sorry, is this, I'm putting the graphs up on the screen here. Is this correct, Griffin? Or is this...
Yeah, it's your measurement of the Dunu DaVinci.
Right. Is it averaged?
It's averaged, yes. It's the left and right average.
Okay, gotcha. It's just blue I usually associate with left.
Reasonable. Sorry, I was just trying to get it up quick because I wasn't expecting
Continue.
Yeah, and the 14K-ish peak doesn't bother me at all. I basically don't hear it. So yeah, overall, it's a great sounding IEM, but I find some of like the accessory package decisions with it a little bizarre, like the stock cable. I think, Andrew, you in your review said that you liked the stock cable. And my first impression of the cable was like, oh yeah, this is like a chunky cable. This feels like a nice cable. But then you actually use it and it's just awful. So I got an aftermarket cable for it basically right away. Because I do plan on using this. It's just heavy and stiff and like kind of has a plasticky kind of feeling to it. It like wants to grip onto surfaces. I think if you were using it primarily at a desk, it would be fine. But I use IEMs.
The only condition for listening from me is at a desk.
Yeah, and I use IEMs only when I'm not at my desk because I'd always choose a headphone over an IEM if I'm at a desk.
And the thing is, for Binky in particular, like because it is an IEM that for me as well, I could use without EQ, that actually opens it up to being used in the real world, walking around with it.
You know what?
So I would like to have an ergonomic cable. And
ironically, it's one that I struggle with more given where the length mode issue is for me.
That makes sense.
I hear it on the Binky, not at all on the Dusk. Like the Dusk.
Yeah,
and I imagine it's kind of like the inverse for you guys.
But then the other thing that is just strange about the accessories package is the tips that come with it. It comes with a wide variety of tips, and that's good. Like I want IEMs to come with a variety of tips, but it feels like these tips do not fit the nozzle.
They don't.
Like the nozzle lip is so wide that some of the tips I literally... Yeah, I could not get some of the stock tips onto this IEM. Like I was like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
assume you're
rip
talking about
this.
the rainbow ones, like the candy tips, I think
Yeah,
they're called. Yeah, they
and
literally
the candy tips were the ones that I thought might work for me. And the ones, the tips, the kind of cylindrical ones, I forget what they're called.
SNS.
Yeah, I was able to get those on, but I didn't find them very comfortable. So I'm actually using some Truth Ear tips on it, and it pretty substantially improves the comfort for me. But I would say that the comfort out of the box with the stock tips is not good. So yeah, I'm kind of torn. It's so like it feels like we've made so much progress in terms of like the tunings of passive IEMs, that I feel like from a sound perspective, I could just wholeheartedly recommend this to someone without reservations. But I would also want to immediately after say, but get an aftermarket cable, get some tips. You're going to need to mess around with the tips to see if it's comfortable or not. And so there's kind of enough caveats that I'm not, yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag for me. And so, yeah, I hope that there comes in the future kind of more products that are tuned like this, but maybe, yeah, have just a better accessories package, maybe at a lower price. I'm not sure. To recommend to just kind of normies, $300 for an IEM still feels like a lot of money.
So if you can get it down a couple $100.
Yeah, if you could get the price down a couple $100, if the stock tips could fit the IEM, if the stock cable was good, if it was more comfortable, then you would have just like an absolutely winning product.
I do still find the bass to be a bit much, and JM1 bass tunings are more sensitive to bass level than like Harman, for example. Yeah.
I didn't mind the bass as much as I thought I would based on the graphs, but I agree the bass is a little poofy sounding.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say we do need to move on, but go ahead and ask a question. The next thing up is the subjectivist challenge. So.
Oh wait, no, you don't have a desk at home, do you?
No, I don't. I don't have a desk.
Okay. Did you get a sense with Binky that it was? Did you get a sense with Binky that it was any more open than other IEMs you've tried? Like not in terms of, I guess, the sounds themselves being like spacious or soundstagey or whatever.
I wouldn't say that I noticed anything. I wasn't particularly looking for that. I would say it's about the same. But so far as I know, most of the IEMs that I'm comparing it to would be vented IEMs. Like I don't really use any unvented IEMs on a regular basis.
You can also do the FunTac mod.
Unvented. Yeah, I haven't tried the FunTac mod. Which you should really do with tape and not with FunTac.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be FunTac.
Yeah, use tape, not FunTac. Yeah. But no, I haven't tried it yet. Might be interesting.
Tape just doesn't have fun in it, so.
Yeah, and you're all about fun.
That's my middle name. Let's move on to the subjectivist challenge. For those who are unaware what this is basically where we have to give a purely subjective description of a headphone. Or an IEM, and then the rest of us have to guess what that headphone is. And we're not allowed to use any language that talks about frequency response or anything objective or any of the ways that we would normally evaluate products. We have to use the subjectivist language, and this is largely just to annoy Blaine. So does anybody have one that they want to go with, or are we going to base this on suggestions from people DMing us?
Well, I have one.
Okay.
It's a very ethereal presentation. I find it in some ways rather smoothed over and yet somehow still forward. The bass definitely lacks for impact. It doesn't really have that heft to it, if you want my honest take. But really, I would say that this is generally considered to be peerless in detail. Bit of a modern classic, or perhaps just a classic.
Peerless in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Is it headphone or IEM?
Headphone.
It's plain. It's a headphone.
Yeah.
Is it Stax SR009?
It is not the SR009.
X9000.
No. I haven't heard the X9000. No.
Is it a Stax headphone?
Yeah, it's a Lambda.
Yeah, you're using all the ESTAT words. So
yeah.
Wait, you say Stax Omega?
No. I was describing the SR207, but all the old Lambdas basically sound the same.
Okay. All right. See, good language, good use of the
Blaine
brainworm
understood the
language.
homework. That was
Yeah,
it.
he
That
did.
was good.
Yeah. All right.
You did it, Blaine.
Griffin, do you have one?
Off the top of my head, no, but I can think of one. Okay, this headphone is the coolest looking headphone ever. It's quite comfortable.
Qualia 010 or whatever it's called.
No.
Damn it! That gave me bingo. No, it didn't. It didn't.
That's it's a different qualia, but maybe the same qualia. Coolest looking headphone ever. Very comfortable. Many people describe it as being a genre specific headphone. It's not something that is, I would say, conventional in its tonal profile, but I think the people who love this headphone really love this headphone. I would describe it as
Empyrean.
No, I would describe it as warm, but also kind of muffled and dark. But it also has some sort of edge to it. It has a intensity at a certain part of the frequency range that I
you
cannot
can't talk
disclose.
about it. You can't. Yeah.
I'm not.
You
Frequency is a forbidden word.
You can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, so you said this is one of the best looking headphones or coolest looking headphones.
Yeah, I feel like your description is just wrong because the Empyrean or the Empyrean 2 is just the best looking headphone ever created. And
If
so,
this is the LCD4,
that headphone looks weird, dude.
What?
Yeah, I was gonna go.
I love the.
Is it
LCD4?
the Utopia?
No.
Utopia is not dark though.
It's dark bright.
Yes. I would say it is not entirely dissimilar from that kind of headphone. I would
tell
say
me more about the plankton and the soundstage.
I confess, when I listened to this, I took it off my head immediately. I think
how was
a lot
the
of
comfort?
Amazing.
So you said it was good
like,
comfort?
Among the best I've ever put on my head.
I need to hear about. Okay, well, how's the soundstage?
I think most people would call it good. I would call it. I am too distracted by everything else to give an accurate assessment there. But I think most people would say that it's very good for that actually.
HU1.
No.
Heart you keeps saying 109 Pro.
Oh
no, someone in chat has gotten it, but I think only one person.
So help me God if it's the fucking YH5000.
It is the YH5000.
Oh
wait, what is? I've never heard of. Oh, is this the Yamaha?
The Yamaha.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Kyle's supposed to still send that to me.
I can't remember what this headphone looks like.
I don't think Kyle still has it, Andrew.
Oh, okay. And then I guess not. I mean, I don't really care that much.
You got to accept.
It doesn't look that good.
We didn't follow up with it, so we didn't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
No, that headphone is sick looking.
I think it looks.
I wish it sounded good.
I think it looks pretty good, but
I think it looks okay. The best looking.
It is probably my favorite looking headphone. Yeah.
What is the best looking headphone though, apart from Griffin's take?
Well, I already said my opinion. The Meze Empyrean, by far.
Yeah,
no
the Empyrean is a quite good looking headphone.
It looks weird when you wear it though. It's a great looking object.
Weird on a stand too. It's very eggy.
You look weird on a stand.
That's probably also true.
See, part of why I think it looks so good is also because it just looks comfortable to me, and I value comfort so much. So I think that
you've also worn it, haven't you?
there. Yeah, I have.
I
don't remember what it sounds like. To be perfectly honest, it was very.
It's very mid.
To me.
Which one?
Okay, so the Empyrean.
1 or 2?
Both.
I think he considers both
an Empyrean
mid.
2 that I.
But they're very different from one another.
I don't remember.
I like the 2 more than the 1. Yeah, that was the 2.
Okay, yeah.
It's okay. I would EQ it.
Yeah, I would too.
Blaine, what's your favorite looking headphone?
The Empyrean's quite good.
Okay.
I have a hot take.
So
Probably not the Imperial.
And it's going to be my that subjectivist challenge is to describe this. So I think this is one of the best looking headphones. It is also one of the most comfortable headphones of all time, I find.
Icon.
No.
You like Zach's weird headband. That's why I keep jumping in with that.
It's comfortable when you put the thing on it. Although the Velcro died on the
that thing.
Yeah. It's more comfortable than those for sure.
HD 490 Pro.
Nope. It is the sound. Okay, let me describe the sound.
Please.
It is mega warm. Muffly.
Oh, it's the Zeos thing, the Aris.
Nope. Muffly kind of sound signature. It, I would say, is generally undetailed, unsoundstagey. It's not blunted. It's just very like warm poo kind of character.
AudioQuest Nighthawk?
Yeah.
You think the Nighthawk looks good?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it's my spicy take.
That is a spicy take.
That's not a spicy take. That's a bad take.
I should say not the original Nighthawk. The Nighthawk Carbon is the one that I.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean that's way.
That is the one that is branded for you because it is just like black and gray.
Yeah,
I do not think that the Nighthawk looks good, but I understand why people like it. Like I can look at it and I can be like, okay, yeah, I get it. I get why.
As like an object,
the Carbon, yes. The original one looks the wood
so
bad.
The wood is almost like leopard print kind of look to it.
Yeah. Have you seen it in person? Like it looks worse in person than in pictures. I'm talking to Joel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
I haven't seen it in person.
Oh, it's so ugly. All right, I got another one if we want to go.
I have one as well.
Let's go.
Okay. So this is a very comfortable headphone.
This
is really... What are we looking at?
This is a Night Owl that I've taken apart.
Oh, okay.
I tried to fix it. But that color scheme. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So this is a very comfortable headphone. It has very soft pads that just kind of really fully envelop your ears. It is very, it has the traditional kind of sense of detail to it, very, very kind of shimmery and you could say ethereal treble, but in a way that sounds very smooth, not peaky. The mid-range is quite balanced. It has that kind of soundstage effect going on a little bit that some headphones have. And it also has a fairly substantial amount of bass, but the bass
is it dynamic, punchy?
I would not describe the bass as dynamic or punchy, but I would say that it's definitely present in a way that a lot of open back headphones don't have this amount of bass. It's a little bit, maybe a little bit tubby, and that might be a hot take, but I perceive the bass as like a little bit tubby, but the overall presentation is very balanced. Just quite good. It feels like you're hearing everything that's there in the music.
So you like this headphone?
I do like this headphone quite a bit. It's not Sazavara. It has more bass than Sazavara.
Oh, more bass.
It's not Edition XS. Yeah, more bass. Definitely more bass.
HE1.
Oh, HE1.
Yeah, it's HE1.
Yeah. That's a good headphone.
Yeah, it's a good headphone.
I lean somewhere between you guys on that. I think it's a good headphone, but I don't think that I still would EQ it, for example.
Yeah, I would still EQ it too.
Yeah, I can imagine changes to make. I enjoy it though.
Someone in the chat asked if you could, like, because in reference to me using in-ear mics, if you could get like HE1 at home, basically. And yes, you can. Like
you can get better than HE1 at home.
I would agree.
He was like, I wish I could bring my in-ear mics to the HE1 to improve it.
Yeah.
I think you literally told me that.
Yeah.
The HE1 doesn't come very close to like
The
my
ideal.
headphone
Yep.
closed EQ.
Yeah,
So
I would agree. I'm right there with you. Actually, we should, if the next time there's an opportunity to listen to an HE1 somewhere, we should bring in your mics.
yeah, if the next Can Jam that I go to, I am planning on bringing in your mics and measuring everything that I listen to.
Excellent. Me too, actually. I should do that. Although it might be challenging since I'm not allowed to bring equipment across the border.
I mean, I can.
Somebody needs to bring it. Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
For you, it's easy enough.
Yeah.
So I got another one for the subjectivist challenge.
Okay.
So this one, I'm going to give a little bit of history first. This one's an interesting one. It's come back to life several times across the history of headphones. Famous for its impactful, commanding bass, but there's just a bit of metallicness to the timbre.
HE6?
No. No. So the this is one of those headphones. No. It's got a surprisingly open sound when all things are to be considered. It's something that pretty much every reviewer has done a review of some variation of at some point. It's really kind of the gold standard that a lot of people hold bass to, for example.
TH900
has always been
Sony R10.
No, it's TH900.
Well, it's the THX hundreds, yes. It's the
TRX00 Ebony.
Yeah, all like there. I was actually the one that I heard was the Denon D2000.
Oh, I used to own that headphone.
That one is better than the others, though.
It is.
The mids are better.
Definitely better. Yeah. I remember I sold my HE500 and kept the ADHD 2000 or whatever it is.
Nice.
The only problem is the pads turn into they turn into like black.
Is that not what it is?
Coats you. It's the AHD.
Oh, it's not the ADHD. Okay.
That's a good headphone, though. Honestly, of all of the biodynamic or biocellulose, whatever headphones I've heard, that's probably the best.
But it's a Fostex. It's Fostex, right?
Yeah, it is.
Foster, yeah.
Yeah, Foster, sorry.
Anyone else got another?
I got one.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay, thanks, Deluxe. Sorry.
What the heck is Ron?
I don't know. Which headphone do you think has the most EQ potential? Low seating variation, good mids, and treble, etc. Well, I mean, low acoustic Z, maybe HD800 would be a good candidate for that.
The HD800 has the further benefit of being highly consistent unit to unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably HD800, but the real answer is that we don't totally know because the measurements that would allow us to know that aren't being taken yet. But it's probably HD800.
Yep.
At the very least, if it's not the best, the HD800 is pretty goddamn good for that.
Otherwise, you could probably say HE1. It has extremely low harmonic distortion.
Okay, but do we give a fuck?
No, I mean, we don't.
Not really.
Not about harmonic distortion, no.
No.
Anyway, all right. So this headphone is one that I think a lot of people buy when they're starting out in the hobby proper. So when you're just a normal consumer, I don't think this headphone is on your radar at all. But once you've entered this hobby, it gets put on your radar. It's not something a lot of people talk about these days, though. I would say it's known for being one of the more spacious headphones.
ATH R70X.
What?
R70X.
No. I would say it fits around the ear quite comfortably for me, with very large pads and a nice headband, and it's quite comfortable for me, but only because I'm pretty okay with a decent amount of clamp. I think people would acknowledge it as being kind of, if not powerful, at least present in the bass, with a mid-range that isn't too far warm or too far cold. It's kind of just a run-of-the-mill presentation, but then it's grainy and sibilant and just kind of a problem up there.
Fidelio.
Yeah,
that's it.
X2.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
that's it.
The grainy immediately sold it out.
Yeah. Oh my God, is that headphone grainy?
Yeah.
Ukrainian.
Ukrainian.
Well, I was thinking more because their flag is a wheat field, but yes, that too. Well, I mean, that is their flag. That's why they anyway. All right, I got one.
Okay.
So for a long time, people have really held this one out as sort of a reference point for hi-fi headphones in a certain price range. It's usually considered to be detailed, but a bit laid back. Generally speaking, people have given it credit for having very good bass, very authoritative bass, very accurate. Personally, I've always found that I tend to listen to it a bit too loud, though, which is a bit unpleasant to me. I can never get quite as much presence as I want from it at my normal listening volume.
So are we talking over-ear?
Everything I say will be an over-ear.
Last time you did etymonics, so
yes, it is an over-ear.
Okay.
The mids aren't the most natural, but of course there have been some changes there. It's a headphone that's definitely very smooth over. No.
I think chat might have it.
Yeah, is it LCD2?
They're correct.
That's good. It's funny because like you say powerful bass, and I don't associate the older Odyssey with like powerful bass. I associate it with just like a bass shelf that doesn't end.
Once upon a time, that was the sort of the meme.
I know. I
remember. Had better bass than hi-fi man.
Yeah, it was like bass texture. I remember that.
I actually have a theory about why.
Blaine, say your theory. I wonder if it's the same that I have.
They have too little ear gain and upper mid, so you crank them up louder.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I experienced that quite consistently. I'd be like, "Wow, this really does have some bass," and then I'd be like, "Wow, my ears hurt."
Yep. Yeah.
Anyone else have one?
I'm blanking.
I have one.
Okay. You guys just fire away.
Okay. So this one is one that is or was very popular and is probably responsible for a lot of people getting into the hobby in maybe a different way than just listening. I hate the comfort. The stock pads are terrible and thin.
T50 RP.
Damn, yeah, you got it.
The moment that you said the pads thing, I was like, "That's
they're so bad." Oh my god,
they're so bad.
All right,
I once sent someone a package just packed with T50 RP stock pads, and he just sent me back. What the fuck, bro? And he got it.
So context. I brought that up because Very Sammy from Discord gave me the suggestion of doing the Talos just to fuck with you.
Oh,
yeah, no, that would have fucked with me.
But I've never heard it, and none of us have.
Yeah, and you never will. Talos or Telos? Should have called it Telos.
No,
calling it Telos would be a little bit ironic.
For those not in the know, the Talos is one of Blaine's early designs based on the T50 platform.
The Talos was when I was in college and was like, I'm going to make a T50 RP mod and be just like Dan and Zach.
Mm-hmm.
And then I decided I didn't want to be just like Dan and Zach, but also that I didn't want to make nearly as much money as Dan or Zach, or be nearly as successful as Dan or Zach.
What are you doing, man?
Very
yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have one.
Go.
So this is one that for many people, sorry, it's an over-ear headphone. For many people who are not into the audio stuff, but are like, they watch YouTube videos, they will likely have come across somebody using this headphone or recommending it. It is a lot of people's entry point into the, let's say, concept of luxury headphone goods. And it is a headphone that many people feel looks luxurious as a result. The sound is very bulbous bass focused.
As a 99 Classics.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it. Like there are a lot of, if you just watch like YouTube stuff in general, like whether you're watching like camera reviews or like production equipment stuff, people have those headphones. Like they're everywhere for some reason. and people are often recommending them. Never mind the fact that it's the low anchor.
a lot of people, when you started saying, oh, you see them on YouTube, a lot of people started saying M50X in the chat.
Oh, that would have made sense too. But this is
there
sort of
is
like
a
luxury.
YouTube headphone. Yeah. But then you said luxury, and I'm like, oh, the M50X is not a
but it's like luxury M50X.
Headphone. Yeah.
Believe it or not, I've got another one.
Okay.
So this is a headphone that I was recommended long ago as a gamer. It's famous for its soundstage. One oddity, though, I always found that it had a very fucked up imaging. It was like sounds couldn't come from between my ears. Everything felt like it was almost hard panned. The bass was boosted, but it was kind of woolly, It didn't really have that significant...
Is this a DT990?
No. The treble really isn't that harsh, but people have called the timbre plasticky, and I can see where they're coming from.
Stop saying people have called it like this. How do you hear it?
Oh, I would say it's forward. I wouldn't say plasticky myself because I don't use those words, but that's a term that I think you could apply to that sort of presentation.
The goal is to make you use these words.
I am using these words.
Okay, continue.
What more is there to be said about this? It's quite demanding on an amplifier. That's something that people have always known about it. And it's interesting because that's something that kind of fell away over time in the cultural awareness of it.
HD800?
No.
No, I think he said it was bass elevated.
Oh, it was bass elevated. Did
so
you say
no, this is a... Well, I think that there's a forwardness. It's got a warm character. I wouldn't say that that it has a great deal of depth in its extension, but it's definitely bass forward.
It's got to be old. No, it's got to be old because he was recommended it a long time ago.
I'm thinking this is a headphone that was popular before my time.
Oh, Bayer Dynamic T1.
No. Gross.
But
it's an old headphone.
Chad has been all over this, and
Chad has sort of arrived at a consensus, and I think they're probably
K7XX.
K7. Yeah, K7XX/K712.
What's the other one that is it the K? I can't remember if it's K8 something. Yeah, maybe that one.
The K800 series were actually not finished when they were released, according to Constantine. Like they'd finished the mechanical design, but not the tuning, and that's why the treble was just a pile of shit.
Hilarious.
That's unfortunate. All right, should we move on to Fight Club?
Fight Club. Yeah.
All right. What do we even have for Fight Club? Oh yeah, this is where the topic is in a rundown: preference variation versus HPTF variation. How big of a difference do we think the latter makes? So I would reframe this slightly because it's sort of what we've been talking about with the Joel narrative. How much do we think how much do we think genuine preference varies versus HPTF variation? And so for context, HPTF variation, again, for folks who are coming at this cold, is headphones behaving differently on different heads, which leads to a different response at their eardrum relative to their HRTF. And so their perception of the sound is actually different. And that's why we are trying to sort of, I guess, figure that out. And the conjecture would be that actual genuine preference could be a lot narrower for people than the range of preferences we see in the research might indicate. But if HPTF variation is controlled for. And so I guess that's the topic of,
So background, the reason we chose this for Fight Club is because Joel and Blaine were having a disagreement in our private server about it. And now we would like them to bring that disagreement to the public because I think it's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge disagreement. Like I referenced this earlier, but it is almost impossible that there is not a reduction in variation of preference once you account for the actual perceived timbre of a headphone, right? But Joel thinks that it will probably account for the majority of variation, as I understand him.
Yeah.
Sorry, the majority of variation in preference?
I think that would be highly dependent on how you design the study, because I still expect the data to be very noisy. Like I don't expect people to be able to like consistently be able to say, this is exactly how much treble I prefer. And I think it will be track dependent. And so I think you'll be able to narrow the bounds quite substantially. And I think that in a sort of multiple comparison test, you would see a bigger difference than in like a method of adjustment test. But yeah, I think that a lot of the preference variation that we see is just the frequency response that people are getting is not the same as what was measured on the rig. The sim channel in the chat says, don't you have a fairly objective answer after messing with in-ear mic so much? No, we don't have an objective answer, because my take on this is highly informed by my own subjective impression after I've used in-ear mics. But of course, it's not a blind test. I know what I'm doing. And so there's lots of biases. It could be that my preference, once you account for HRTF and HPTF variation, happens to line up pretty well with kind of what you would expect, but other people's preferences won't. And so, yeah, you really have to do a large-scale listening test to get a real answer to this question. So my take is heavily driven by anecdote. And Blaine is just a cynic and thinks that, yep, the people all just have bad taste and you'll never be able to save them.
No, his range for taste is greater.
Yeah. Listen, let's be clear. What I think is that there is meaningful variation in preferences when timbral effects are controlled for. Maya brought up in the chat the figure 14 of listener preferences for in-room loudspeaker and headphone responses.
I was going to bring up that paper as well.
Well, but it is actually it is a reference point for me here, because it shows you a case where there is clearly no HPTF effect, right? Which is loudspeaker
speakers, yeah.
And it shows you the same with headphones, and it shows that there's actually not identical variation, but similar variation between the two. So I do think that and of course there is actually, this is separate to HPTF, but there is actually an equivalent effect, which is the fact that your ear interacts differently with both the direct and indirect sound than it does with like any other arbitrary sound field. Your perception of the sound isn't going to be perfectly matched to the mannequin's for speakers either, which is kind of a pain point for speakers. I mean, speakers have a lot of problems, to be frank. Just we don't talk about them as much as headphones, because this is the headphones channel. Sorry, I was just trying to read something in chat, and it made my brain break for a second. So my position isn't that there isn't an effect here. Obviously, there is one. But I think that you would be surprised by how much variation will still exist when it is controlled for. Like, it would surprise me if it was a majority. I would expect this to be the minority of the variation in personal preferences, just based on what we see in speakers.
Do you think that this would, let's say it's only trained listeners. Do you think that with trained listeners, you would see a more substantial reduction?
Okay, so here's an interesting take for you. I think that there actually is something in training. After looking close to the data, I think that training has some influence on preferences, and I'm not sure what this means yet.
What was what's the there for the impact
that they prefer less treble, or
well, so if you Mr. Super in chat says training equals grooming. No, but I mean, there do seem to be trends in terms of trained listeners having meaningfully different preferences to untrained listeners. In this context, people asking what's trained, I mean literally Harman trained listeners. Something I would actually really like to do is do an experiment, which is sort of a cohort study, if you will, where you first assess the preferences of a group of people, then train them, and then see if their preferences change.
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting.
Something that I would also really like to do is I would like to see if you could gather, like if you have like trained listeners as one segment, you just have random college students as the next segment, because that's what research papers are written on. And then if you could try to find as many studio people as you could. I want to see if the preferences of the studio people are meaningfully different from
I don't
the
want to
trained
talk to
listeners
studio
and the random
people. If someone else does the talking to the studio people for me. Also, someone in chat says, "Can we train them wrong as a joke?" It's a good movie.
I'll do the talking to the studio people. I wouldn't expect the preferences to be that different. If anything, what I would expect is an equal level of treble, roughly, but maybe a little less bass.
Yeah.
Oh, I think studio people will want more treble because of hearing damage.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
that is true.
Maybe that's the case for the DT990, right? Like they're making it for, but it's also probably influential in damaging the hearing.
I figured we would mostly be targeting younger studio people.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just because younger people.
I think they still have hearing damage in a lot of cases.
Probably.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not presbycusis.
Yeah. So to get back to
my kids the AB1266 FR was the Harman target.
and then train them on that. Not just to get back to the topic at hand though, for HBTF variation. So Blaine, your consideration here is that in speakers we see similar variation to what the actual outcomes are, right, for headphones.
Well, in that experiment, we saw a similar level of adjustment variation between listeners. So, and this is just a single snapshot, and it's not the same, right? Like there actually are differences.
Yeah. So something about that particular speaker study that I find quite interesting is that listeners adjusted the bass quite considerably and they adjusted the treble quite considerably, but the deltas between what they had as their preferred bass and treble kind of remained consistent. I would think it would be really interesting if you provided them only one point of adjustment, either fixed the bass and then allowed them to adjust the treble, or just the only thing they can adjust is the overall tilt.
Right.
I wonder if they would reach a much higher degree of convergence, because something that's interesting about a bass shelf in speakers is that if you are going to hold to the paradigm of kind of like a flat on axis, smooth off axis is what's going to produce a neutral response, you're usually not going to get a sort of clearly defined bass shelf like you would in the Harman research. Like it's not entirely clear where that bass shelf idea came from. It seems like just something that Sean liked and started putting into his studies.
Well, I think the reason for it was that it was like you could technically cross over a sub this high.
Yeah. But the frequency then is an odd choice, because if you're crossing over a sub, you usually cross it over at 80 hertz or 120 hertz. Not
I mean, it's right between those two. I don't think that's that weird.
Yeah.
Also, Super Review in chat says car stereo preference is probably more indicative of variation in preference than speakers, since normies don't customize speakers. I say this would be like testing the variation in preference for taste among a group of coprophages.
A group of what?
That is the mental disorder that causes you to eat feces.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All back to that again.
Of course you know the word for that.
Yeah. So there's a couple things that my brain goes to with this, I suppose, debate or this question. One of them would be wouldn't this depend more heavily on back up. When looking at the Harman research, it's clear that this wasn't controlled for, right? Like, HPTF variation was not a significant factor to consider. But they did use a replicator headphone that had fairly low acoustic impedance. Did they not?
Which study? For the 2013?
The
2013 one was HD800, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what was the other Sennheiser one?
So there have been, I think, 4 replicator headphones. No, there have been 5 technically across the Harman work. The Sachs SR009, which was used during the distortion experiment. The HD800, which was used during the 2013 experiments. The HD518, which was used in 2015.
The biggest body of research is the 518, right? Yeah.
The segmentation in the other paper used the K 712, and the in-ear used the momentum in-ear.
Okay. So to a certain extent, we could get a sense of, well, I'm thinking at the very least for the ones that are low acoustic Z, right? It's probably going to minimize that effect to a certain amount, even though they're not specifically controlling for it, which
Not
might
necessarily.
be. Why is that?
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by minimizing it to some extent.
Well, I'm just thinking like you're going to get a higher degree of variation depending on the headphone, right? And when
in
you
what
use an
frequency range?
I mean, in general, would you like for
Like
high acoustic?
So at low frequencies, yes. At high frequencies, not necessarily, because
You're
what we're
still going to
talking
get
about
some, yeah.
Well, no, but it's not actually necessarily the case that a higher impedance source at high frequencies is going to yield a more variable sound pressure at the eardrum. In fact, I would actually like the Dan Clark audio stuff. One of the things that I think may be the problem is actually the converse at high frequencies. That the actual response is more consistent than the variations of the ears of the people listening to it.
Yeah.
But this is just conjecture, I should note.
That is also my just conjecture theory as to why I hate the HD6XX.
Yeah, I think that's a fair conjecture.
Wait,
Because it's beaming sound directly into your ear holes and not.
You think it's due to it being more consistent?
Yeah.
Yes, I suspect. I also suspect the 600, XX, etc., are more consistent across individuals than the HRTFs of said individuals.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, impedance is not really the thing that we're trying to measure. Impedance
I know.
is one of the factors that contributes, but
yeah, because we're not in like a monodimensional propagation thing. We got the whole fuckery with standing waves and shit, where it's not just saying, oh, X impedance source, Y impedance load, this is the transfer level. We have to deal with more complexities, and it's bullshit.
Yeah. I'm more just thinking like, I mean, having recently just done that comparison with the HD800 across two different rigs, it did vary, right? But it wasn't drastic. And I have seen other measurements of it being like more substantial for variation for I think the HMS system, right? That you
now part of the complicating factor of using rigs as a proxy is that in theory the rigs are actually designed to produce the same response, and so the rigs probably vary quite a bit less than human heads vary.
Yeah.
So,
or they should if they were working, right?
Yeah. Now I don't know.
Yeah, because you're getting
how true that is, but
yeah. I mean,
but in theory, the HMS,
we do say regularly though that the ears are based on different data points, different data sets.
Well, that depends. The 5128 and the 4128. In theory, the HMS, the grass one is.
Yeah.
But the HMS, the 5128 and the 4128 should produce the same response.
Yeah.
But they don't. Not even close. So
I do find them the most consistent between the three of them under, let's say,
well, it makes sense. The pinna
that's
is
not the
supposed to
band
be
we
the
care
same.
about for this.
Yeah.
Like actually, this is something we should. Well, actually, no, never mind. I haven't committed any acts of piracy involving ears. Anyway, moving along, I wanted to talk about Joel's MOA thing because I think this is actually something that's interesting. I'd really like to see how preferential variation. I'd probably do this with speakers just because it's easier from a controlling standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see if you get similar results to the Olive work, the original ones, with two shelves with just like a back sandal tone control. Do you guys know how those work? It's like two shelves tied together with one knob, basically.
Oh, okay.
And with a tilt control, which is smoother, but with the same ranges. See if people's results for one scale to the others, basically. If there's a consistent correlation.
Something that I also would really like to test, and this is probably the hottest take, is that I would like to let people test with their own music.
Oh, that's not a hot take at all. I think that's
not
important.
A hot take.
Because I think that people will know what they want their own music to sound like a lot better than just the random test tracks. And I think that some of the variation that we see might be that the spectral balance of the music that they're being given isn't their preferred spectral balance of music.
So I'm actually, this is maybe a hot take. I'm not actually sure that the concept of music spectral balance quite makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm simplifying here.
Yeah, I get you.
But like, for example, if you were to imagine a hypothetical listening test where people are only listening to classical music for all of the listening test, you would imagine that there would be quite a large amount of variation in the amount of bass that people would add to that, because there's just not a lot of bass content in classical music generally. And so I think that you want to produce a target that is, this is how people adjust the sound when they're listening to music that they already like.
They probably were controlling for, playback, program material.
They looked at the effect, and there is an effect. But the thing is, what we don't know is what the effect of letting people actually use their own is.
Well, and that's why. Yeah, I mean, they probably would have thought that doing so would have introduced
three tracks. They used 3 tracks, none of which I particularly enjoy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Cousin Dupree is okay.
I don't.
It's not my favorite.
But I mean, like, what do you do when a person?
I find Cousin Dupree has like just some sounds in the treble that just kind of annoy me generally, and so I find myself lowering the treble with Cousin Dupree more than I do with my own music.
Yeah, it has a weird sheen to it.
Yeah.
That honestly is prevalent on the rest of that record. But interestingly, I think that sheen is also kind of responsible for people thinking it's like a high quality recording.
Yeah.
I actually do like Bird on a Wire, I will say.
So Bird on a Wire for me is also an interesting test track, because Bird on a Wire to me has the opposite problem, where it feels like Bird on a Wire sounds pretty balanced to me, no matter how screwed up the frequency response of the device I'm listening to is. Like, Bird on a Wire is one of the only tracks that I can tolerate with Harman in-ear. Like, I find Harman in-ear completely intolerable with basically all of my own music, but Bird on a Wire sounds fine.
So, I mean, if you think about it, Bird on a Wire is a fairly sparse track, and it's more vocal centric, and that means that it's not actually, like, ironically, Sean has specifically explicated in his work why it's not a great test.
Yeah,
because it's not very spectrally dense.
Yeah.
All right. So, conclusion of this Fight Club. I don't really have one.
I mean, we don't. The conclusion is that we didn't fight that much, and also we think that a whole bunch more research should be done.
Yeah. We all agree that we don't really know.
Nice.
But we have slightly different expectations of what the results of that hypothetical future research would be.
I think at the very least it would be narrower than it is. Blaine thinks probably the same.
I mean, I'm not sure that the narrowing effect would be in excess of the statistical noise.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
That's basically that would be what I would probably.
Which is not that. Yeah. That's not that contrary to what I think Joel's saying.
No, I mean, we've all said such mild and carefully qualified things that it's essentially impossible to indict any of them.
This is just platitudes at this point. All right, should we move to spicy hour?
Way back at the very start of this, someone gave us something to start spicy hour with.
All right, let's do that. Let's drop your peppers, guys. Spicy time.
Look, how do I scroll up past the top of the scroll up? Or I guess I can watch the VOD just to see that. Because someone dropped a take that I wanted to address literally at the start of the show. It was about philosophy.
Oh, nice.
The one that Rob Hawk talked about?
No, not that one. Although that one was
we should have a philosophy hour at some point. Just to piss off.
Yeah,
just don't have me on that one.
The philosophy hour. The philosophy hour is a conversation exclusively between Andrew and Griff.
Ooh,
I would love
Griffin.
That.
It's just me talking and Griffin suffering and telling me, I'm on.
No, it should be a Socratic dialogue.
The problem is I'm not entirely.
It should be a Socratic
entirely unfamiliar with philosophy. It's just I hate talking to other people about it.
Oh, okay.
Based, by the way, extremely based take.
You mean you don't want to inflict it on it? See, that's just not part of the Socratic method.
Okay, Hartshoe says good music doesn't correlate with good recording quality. That is literally Holt's law, so yes. Yeah, J. Gordon Holt. That's one that you fucking Johnny-come-latelys don't remember. He founded fucking Stereophile.
Can we put Blaine cites a law on our next bingo card?
Interesting.
That'd be a good one.
Heartview says not using elevator jazz will ruin all of Harman OE research. Interesting take.
I'm not sure. I have a hard time believing that this person seriously believes this take.
Okay. Yeah, I think that may be controversial without actually being believed. Trolling, one might say.
Okay. If
Stratolite
resolution
says,
doesn't exist, why are you all wearing HD 800 instead of AKG K371?
Ergonomics and acoustic impedance.
Not falling apart.
And acoustic impedance.
Also, we're not all wearing HD 800s. I'm wearing a DT 990, and Joel's wearing a HD
560S.
Yeah, 560S. 560S is my live stream headphone because it's comfortable enough that I can wear it indefinitely, and it's not hard to drive, so I don't need to get an amp out for my laptop.
And I'm just wearing a DT 990 for the memes. I don't listen to this one.
So Aria brings something up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Aria brings something up that I don't think is like a spicy take, but I think is something that like all of us disagree with, but that maybe a lot of people don't.
Sorry, Blaine looks sexier with cat ears.
Oh my god! Stop!
Bro.
So Aria asks, do you guys ever feel that what sounds natural or lifelike is not actually what you guys prefer for listening? I don't think anyone in this call feels that way. However, I think a lot of people feel this way.
Well, hold on. It depends on what we mean. Like, there are certainly effects in music that do not sound to me like the acoustic music that I have heard that I like.
I see. So that's
there. For me, when the timbre of vocals is changed from what I perceive to be natural, I become very ornery. I am much more tolerant with literally every other instrument's timbre being fucked with.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm right there with you. That's why for me, I always like recommend to people use like vocal recordings as test tracks, because then you have a pretty strong indication of timbre. Whereas with like pianos and like it could just be, oh yeah, it's just like recorded differently, or there's something, it's a different piano. It's not a Steinway, you know.
Marcel comes out with the best hot take while not trying to. I'm 35 minutes behind, and the YH5000 looks like an HD800 fetus. Leave it to develop for some more time, and you'll get a beautiful Sennheiser. I actually agree with that.
I don't agree with that. Obviously.
When I saw it, I definitely got HD800 vibes.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, this is maybe a spicy take. The original HD800 with the like kind of silvery grayish colorway, I hate it. I think it's so ugly.
Yep.
So
which is part of the reason why.
But apparently looks better with cat ears.
People keep sending me like, "Oh, hey Joel, here's a cheap HD800," and part of the reason that I'm like, not as interested is I kind of want an HD800S because I think the colorway looks so much better.
Just paint it yourself.
No.
I get where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. I mean, it looks like a cyberpunk stormtrooper helmet. It's weird. It's a weird.
The way I always describe the aesthetic is that it's what the past's idea of the future looked like.
Yes, exactly. You know what I mean? It's got that like Star
It has
Wars,
retrofuturism,
retrofuturism kind of thing going on.
But like not like cool retrofuturism from like a long time ago. The cringe retrofuturism.
No, have you guys seen? There's a movie, Woody Allen movie called Sleeper, which is one of his best movies. Nobody's seen it? Okay, and then that doesn't make sense. Okay, damn it,
got him.
I mean, I am that old, but I don't like Woody Allen.
I liked Sleeper. It's a good movie.
So J-Man comes out with the true.
Oh, go ahead.
Good. I was going to say J-Man's is slightly earlier and is truly bad. He says Quadraphonic should come back. Quadraphonic belongs in the graveyard of history. Quadraphonic was the worst fucking spatial format to ever exist. Why
Also
would you
just
possibly
logistically,
want
it's
that?
No. We don't like
It's
this.
just like 5.1 if you beat it with the stupid stick.
All right. There are two types of audiophiles: those who love headphones or transducers, and those who hate headphones.
I mean, it's true.
Are we on the all of us hate headphones?
I think we all hate headphones.
Based on
I
that,
think
Welcome to the headphone show.
Paradoxically, I hate them the least of the four of us. Like, I mentioned this at the last stream with Cameron, but I actually find new headphones interesting at times. They annoy me often when they're flawed. Like, this thing annoyed me a fair bit, but I can still feel some sense of, oh, I mean, that's new. I haven't completely burned out my sense of curiosity, or more accurately, I totally did, and then I went off and recovered from it.
Yeah. Joy has been, dead and buried for a long time, but curiosity sustains.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
I
would say Blaine has a bit of joy left too, actually.
Yeah. There are new headphones that I enjoy. I'm like, hey, that's cool. I like that.
And I think
It's just not
importantly,
common.
because I don't feel my sense of joy has completely expired. I do feel like I get it from a different source though. Like I feel like you're still capable of like experientially the joy being something that can be there. Whereas for me, it's almost never about the experiential.
No, for you,
joy
it's just nerd emoji.
Yeah, exactly. Because like no headphone is going to ever really come close to this. So there's no experiential
when you
joy
say to
be
this,
had,
you mean
unless I
your
don't know about
EQ.
the product beforehand, and it's surprisingly decent.
Yeah.
J-Man says you wanted the spicy take. J-Man, you are correct. You gave us the spiciest take, and I approve of it.
Yes, more like that, please, people.
In terms of the joy, there is no joy left for me in terms of enjoying the sound of a stock.
Yeah, Joel's even
headphone,
worse than I am.
because I don't even listen to stereo anymore in like the kind of truest sense of stereo. I up-convert my stereo into a surround emulation. So to me, even an essentially perfect headphone that is still just a passive headphone would kind of feel unsatisfying for me.
Joel is an almost transhumanist sort of attitude towards audio. Maya says round IEM ear tips are design abomination, oval for the win. The only problem there is that they're harder to manufacture, but yeah, objectively the canal is not circular.
Yeah,
it's just
I think that's why Joel
lazy.
had issues with those SNS tips, because they are like a hard.
Yeah,
cylinder.
they're like really circular.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys should do some video just against circles.
Yeah, circles.
Dude, I fucking hate circles.
There are some headphones circular. That I like.
Your canals are not circular.
But like, I would want it to not be circular every time.
Almost everything on the human body is better approximated as an oval than it is as a circle. So, and yes, I know that circles are ovals, but you know what I mean. A non-axisymmetric oval.
Yeah.
Fucking geometry nerds, you make me sick.
Yeah.
Anyway,
consumers are unable to express or recognize what they consider good sound, just like people who know nothing of wine can't evaluate them meaningfully.
Well, Tool certainly thinks that's a hot take.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to contrast the research fairly heavily. Like, consumers seem to like roughly the same things. It's just that they're much more varied in, like, there's more noise.
But the thing is, the best rating of this is really just trained versus untrained, is it not? Like the steel manning of this?
Yeah.
I have a spicy take.
Well, it is.
We shouldn't care about untrained listeners.
I like this
at all. Like, we shouldn't even test them.
But it depends who you are, right? If you're AKG and a Harman brand, you do care about untrained listener because the vast majority of your customer base is.
Yes,
I actually have a further concern, which is if there is an effective training on listener preference, then we should definitely care about untrained listeners' preferences. The whole reason that we could potentially not care about them is if they're all the same and untrained listeners are just shittier at explaining it.
Spicy corollary to this.
Oh no.
I don't care. I just want people to prefer less trouble.
Well, I would just want people to be more consistent in their preference. Although, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that I would fault someone for saying, oh yeah, I like for being kind of like a not truly random number generator, but like, you know, being like, I like that, or I like that, or I like that, you know, depending on the day. I wouldn't blame them for it. Be like, you know, get out of my data. It's just that it becomes more challenging to.
Well, I would want them out of my data, but not out of my conversation.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry, that's what I mean. Yeah, I would want
people in chat are pointing out that sphincters are circles. I would argue that a sphincter is at least a 12-sided shape when you consider all of the geometry and the muscles involved.
Wait, I have one. I have diffuse field is one technically.
Diffuse field is a circle.
Oh,
no, that's not what
diffuse field is a sphere.
I mean, spheres are just circles rotated by circles. So
yeah, they got us.
We have been wrecked. Joseph Ben says, "Thank you for being honest of your lack of joy in headphones. It gives me an excuse to stop wasting my time with these live streams." I mean, this is why I've said before, we actually need more diversity of people who are less jaded. Like when I am a relatively unjaded
need to
person,
pretend that I'm not. That's pretty easy.
It doesn't go well.
You are the least convincing.
That's why I'm glad we've had Cameron on more.
Well, I haven't been, you know, practicing that. But the thing is, like, even just the other day, I was listening to some headphones and I did experience joy. I was listening to some headphones that did not have a perfectly, let's say, correct frequency response.
Okay, what headphone brought you joy?
The Batiste with these pads, these the Tacony pads on them, and I put it in. I
did think you seemed atypically positive about that.
For whatever reason, for me, it works. Like it's not neutral. It is way more forward in the, like, you know, 2K-ish region than I think I would consider, like, you know, normal and balanced. But I liked it. You know, like it's a sound signature that I can jam with, especially for we didn't get into like music stuff, but I've been listening to a lot of jazz recordings lately, Albaran Trio and stuff like that. And this is partially my back and forth with Sean, is to just give each other recommendations.
I just realized we totally skipped the thing about what we're listening to.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Well, we should circle back around once we finish this thought on that.
Okay. But that's basically it. Is like, yeah, like I am absolutely capable of it. It's just that I had this thought of like the description of the listening condition that we have, right? And for me, it's often just sat at my desk being an analytic, you know, critical analysis asshole and just, you know, I'm listening.
I think that's why.
And that's
you know, I don't listen to music like that.
No, but I'm just saying that's not how I normally listen. That's just what I imagine the perception is of a jaded audiophile, you know, who's like,
that is my perception of how you listen.
Exactly. Yeah. But when I was, you know, just jamming out to these, I didn't care, you know.
Yeah, and I think that I still like just jam out to music, but it's just.
Well, again, I don't think your problem is that you're jaded. I said I think it's your problem is that you have achieved like you are basically like a monk living in a remote monastery.
Yeah,
your methodology makes a lot of sense, but nobody except for a tiny population are going to do what you do and enjoy.
I enjoy speakers.
Cat.
Speakers are good. In my room they need EQ, but yeah, listen to the speakers if you can.
Should we go through the different music that we're listening to, or did you have a further thought on?
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about that. We definitely should.
Yeah, we can talk about that
because one of the spicy takes is that music people and audiophiles have nothing in common, and like obviously kind of a shit post. No, but like also kind of a shit post because, like, you know, we all enjoy music.
Except for those of us who just listen to test tones. And we can't. Never mind. It's getting back to the whole, but music isn't test tones thing.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Who's got some recommendations?
I'm happy to go first. So there is that album that I recommended to you, Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
The Ulrich Drexler Quartet, which is sort of like a clarinet jazz. But the one I actually wanted to recommend for the serious audiophile music with extremely well recorded piano jazz.
One sec. Before you say it, just please, whatever you recommend, please type it into the chat so people can actually get it. Just because.
Yes. So it is.
With something like Ulrich Drexler, they will never get it.
That one is not that was more just my context because I recommended.
I know. I'm just saying for whatever.
The one I'm recommending here that people listen to is called Alboran or Alboran. I don't know how to say it. Trio, and the album name is Meltemi.
This is exact. I'm very glad I told you to type it in. Jesus.
Yeah. So that's what I've been listening to recently, and I've listened to this like a long time ago. It's sort of like a regular, like, oh, I want some good, instrumental jazz stuff to listen to. And I just recently came back to it, like, man, this is so well recorded. It's kind of like, okay, Go-Go Penguin, that Golden and I were recommending last. So it's as if you took that Go-Go Penguin style of recording and production and just made it so like a lot more musically sophisticated. That's what this is, and it's extremely well done.
Sounds dope.
Yeah, all their albums are very good, but that one I think is one of the more well recorded ones. And then I mean, once you are into that, you can just go down the rabbit hole with similar stuff, because what I find is a lot of those musicians will collaborate with one another, especially this. Yeah, well, not all of them, but like a lot of the time you see that, and you can just continue to find more dope stuff like that. Anyways, that's my music listening.
Anyone else?
Blaine?
Well, so I've been trying to connect somewhat with the youth of today by listening to some of their music.
Have you been listening to Chapel Roan?
I have not. I asked
Sleep Token?
a Zoomer and was recommended Thomas Cardy and Baby No Money, and I have listened to both of them, and I found them to be acceptable in the case of the former and bad in the case of the latter.
Spoken like a true Gen Alpha.
They were really like. I mean, Tom Cardy was actually okay, I guess, but fucking meme music has gotten weird, man. And it's weird for me to say that.
I don't know about that. I mean, you got to remember, right? Like, Crazy Frog was the voice of a generation.
True.
So, like, it's always been weird for as long as like meme music like that has been around.
For actually things that I would recommend more, I recently found out that the Dropkick Murphys have done 2 different albums that are using unscored Woody Guthrie lyrics.
Oh wow!
So I initially heard Okama Rising, which is really good, but This Machine Still Kills Fascists is also quite good, and it's quite interesting to hear a band that's very punk doing more of a folk rock style.
Speaking of Woody Guthrie, I have a hot take. I do not like Bob Dylan at all.
That's not a hot take. Do you remember the stream we had like 2 weeks ago where I threatened to kill someone for saying that Bob Dylan was a good singer?
Oh, I don't recall that. But that is a good take. It's awful.
Yeah, no, he's a terrible.
Was that singer. Your impression of him?
That's what he sounds like to me. Yeah.
I mean, that's not entirely wrong, but
sounds like he's sitting on a cold toilet seat. But worse than Cat. Like Cat Stevens sounds like he's sitting on a cold toilet seat, but actually, better.
Yes. No, Bob Dylan is really just an irredeemable stain on folk music as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, right there with you.
Capra says, do you mean John Denver? I do not like John Denver, but I also don't really think about John Denver.
Oh, John Denver's
That's good. A lot of music is like that. It's like I don't like it, but I also don't think about it.
I think
Bob Dylan I think about regularly to be like, fuck Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Like, I know we've had arguments about Gordon Lightfoot before, but I would take Gordon Lightfoot every single goddamn time over Bob Dylan.
Of course. All right. Joel. Yeah.
This is, I feel like, going to be a surprisingly normie answer for me, but I've been really enjoying the latest Glass Animals.
Well, that's not normie. They have well recorded stuff.
Yeah, I think that what's it called?
Can you type it in the chat?
Why can't I remember the name of the track? A Tear in Space, I think, has some really interesting spatial effects going on that I really enjoy, but I'd index really heavily for spatial effects. Capra says Glass Animals is a normie band. I agree that they're a normie band. And then this is not something that I've been listening to, but I feel like I've listened to Blaine talk about his obscure folk artists enough that I have to recommend an obscure folk artist to Blaine. Because it's my friend, and he has like 70 listeners on Spotify. And so you should try listening to my friend Joseph Tennant. Which I will put in the tab.
I'm sorry, I have to read this one spicy take. Bob Dylan sounds like Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Got him.
He kind of does.
Andrew, what does that mean?
You haven't seen Rick and Morty?
Oh, that's
to be fair. You have
person?
to have a very high IQ to understand.
Shut up.
Wait, what?
I've never watched Rick and Morty.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, two things I avoid, and they overlap, are the people who talk about philosophy and people who talk about Rick and Morty.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Someone asked early. Oh, sorry.
How much overlap is there between those two groups? The people who talk about philosophy and the people who talk about Rick and Morty?
It's dangerously close to a circle.
Yeah, they're concentric.
I think
circles.
Yeah. I would agree.
And I say that as really
the larger
an
group
extremely
being
pejorative statement.
The larger group being the Rick and Morty people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But,
Rick and Morty
I think
fans,
the only
derogatory.
the only slice of the philosophy people who don't talk about Rick and Morty is basically like me.
Or like they'll talk about the early Rick and Morty, but not the later stuff.
Oh God.
Also, someone in chat was saying that don't I listen to Icelandic folk music? I'm trying to get more into it, but I can't really find that much of it.
Icelandic.
So if you have recommendations, send it. Sorry, that was
Anything
a
else,
ways up.
Joel?
No, that's
Griffin.
all from me.
What's yours?
Time for me to vomit music all over these people. All right, so I've actually been kind of going back to a bunch of music from last year that I really enjoyed, to kind of, because we're kind of getting towards the end of the summer, and I feel like that's when a lot of good music usually comes out. So I was comparing last year's kind of summer releases to this year's, and unfortunately last year just kind of crushed this year. So here are my three favorites. The artist is Wednesday, and the album is called Rat Saw God. This is anyone familiar with kind of like the modern punk movements coming out of places like Philadelphia? It's kind of scraggly pop influenced punk, but it is not pop punk. It's more kind of in the realm of kind of like post-hardcore recording style, but with actual melody. Female vocalist, definitely some screaming, but also some very nice vocal melodies. Second is Madison Cunningham. I actually think she might have won a Grammy for this album in the Americana category. The album's called Revealer. She was, I think, not on purpose put in the Americana category because she's like a white female vocalist making like rock music that's somewhat influenced by like Joni Mitchell and stuff like that. So like the Academy just kind of put her in there. But I actually think she's way more influenced by like Radiohead and Jeff Buckley and like the very kind of like heady kind of indie musicians of the 90s. Very cool song structures, incredible freaking guitarist. Great voice. She's acknowledged by a lot of the people who do like stuff like cerebral bluegrass, like people like Chris Thiel, who's like known for like being an incredible multi-instrumentalist and has his own program, and people like Jacob Collier, who people glaze up for being like a jazz god or whatever. So she's kind of like part of that cohort in terms of like the respect she garners, but she writes very accessible and good rock music. And then
it's funny. Jacob Collier often gets regarded as being like extremely talented, and I'm sure that's true. I just don't like
his music sucks.
His voice.
Yeah. Actually, so his voice isn't the thing I dislike about him. I actually think he has. And like he has some songs that are freaking incredible, like 10 out of 10, like awesome. It's just like one on every album or one every two albums.
Right.
It's incredibly inconsistent, and honestly, I think he just has like so much going on in his brain that he just has to get it all out. So I get it. Right. It's just I don't like listening to him. All right, one more. Go ahead.
You finish. Oh, this is just a comment on Jacob Collier, because there's this phenomenon in graphic design where I always see I'm a designer by trade, and I always see designs that I can tell were done by graphic designers that were just really bored and wanted to do something really weird. And I'm just like, okay, like I get what you're going for here, but it's just weird and I don't like it. And I wish that you'd done something a little bit more conventional. I feel like Jacob Collier is the music version of that.
That is a good analogy. Yep. Yeah, interesting.
Sometimes I feel that way about like Esperanza Spalding too, though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of jazz music can kind of get into that.
It gets into that, yeah.
That realm. But anyway, so the last one, and probably my favorite on this list in terms of how many times I've revisited it since it released, is Benny Sings, Young Hearts. So Benny Sings is a guy who's been around a while, has a very gentle, nice voice, pianist, drummer, multi-instrumentalist, writes all of his own stuff, records all of his own stuff, but it's kind of recorded in the style that's more like reminiscent of the 70s. So drums are very deadened with damping materials, very simple kit structure. The songs are very sweet though. He's got a nice little cutesy inflection about him. I'm not sure where he's from, but I don't know if he has an accent, but I just love the way he sings. It's very quiet and calm, and the songs themselves are very drum centric, which I really like. But they're still just pop songs, like indie pop songs. I think anyone would be able to get into them. But I revisit that record all the time because the recording quality is good. It has the parts of music I care about done right. And it's a pretty consistent album in that there are really no skips. It's a very clean listen all the way through. And then Joel, this was not on my list at all, but because you recommended a folk album, I actually do want to recommend something to Blaine, which is a folk album I really love. And it's called Color Green by Sybil Bayer. So this record was
something's Sybil Bayer. Okay.
Yeah. Sybil Bayer Dynamic. Yeah. And that's the record. So the story with this record is, I believe, Sybil Bayer was just some dude's mom who recorded like some of her own compositions on a classical guitar, folk songs to like a tape. And they were just a tape sitting in her house, and that was the end of it. And then the son found the recordings and then posted them online, and they're actually like beautiful songs. So the recording quality is kind of butts, but they are very, very solid songs.
Okay. We
witty inflection to the voice, which I like.
We do need to end this stream here shortly. I just want to call out a couple of spicy takes here in the chat that are fun. So the Sim channel says soundstage is the only technicality that can't be fixed with EQ.
Soundstage can be fixed with EQ.
It can be created with EQ.
It's doing the thing.
Yeah. I like this idea of like we thumbs down or thumbs up, whatever the spicy take is. All right. Detail, whatever that means, Wittgenstein aside, is mostly determined by the weight of the driver. All right. Let's go.
But the weight of the driver includes treble response, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's yeah.
No.
Like if you're talking about driver speed, or
no,
you're
I was talking
generally
about
the treble response.
Like the weight literally correlating to extension.
I think this person is talking about driver speed because they have read too much marketing and have the idea that in exceptionally lightweight driver is the only way to accurately reproduce the treble.
Well,
which is true if your reference point is a driver that is so heavy that it cannot reproduce 20 kilohertz.
Yeah. But of course, most every head can produce 20 kilohertz.
Okay, the K371 build quality is not that bad, and people breaking them is a skill issue.
Honestly, thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
I'm torn on this one because I totally agree that people breaking things is a skill issue. Like I just don't break things.
Not in the K371's case. And I'll tell you an anecdote that it's at least something. So I used to work at Guitar Center, for those who don't know, and I had worked there basically from 2017 until this past year. And being an audiophile, derogatory,
I had come to the K371 as like, okay, this is the best headphone I sell in terms of its sound quality. And like after having tried everything we sell, it was obviously true. So it's one that I sold to a lot of people. When I lived in Queens, maybe like 2 years after I found out about the K371 and was recommending it to people, I started to get people coming in regularly. And when I say regularly, I mean it was probably a total of 5 people who came in with specifically the height adjustment just completely going useless. And like just not having any tension and just falling, and they can't get it to sit right on their head anymore. Like that alone, one being so consistent, and 2 being impossible for the end user to really fix easily, is a build quality L that I fear the
But do you know what they were doing
not
with it?
escaping.
I mean, do you know what they were doing with it though? Because have you seen some of the pictures of like what people have done with their
headphones? Have you seen some of the pictures?
Yes. Clip that.
No, but I assume the extent of what they're doing is taking the headphone and putting it on their head.
You would assume that,
taking it off and then folding it up.
But
to store it if they need to.
Yeah, you would assume that. That seems reasonable. But
I don't know, dude. It was just enough people that like I know weren't gamers, derogatory. That like
way to piss off like most of the chat.
I'm not a gamer. Come at me.
I know. Yeah.
One of my favorite people in the entire Discord community is named Nick. And it's because he's absolutely ridiculous and just does not care about what anyone else says about anything and just lives his truth, and I love it.
Kind of like Blaine, actually.
One of the things he says is games are for children, and I love that so much.
There is a surprising amount of overlap in terms of the vibes that come from Nick and from Blaine.
Wow, derogatory.
Yeah, that's very derogatory, but I'm going to choose to look past it for now.
Yeah, I love Nick though.
By the way, someone in chat wanted metal recommendations.
Zeal and Ardor.
I'm going to say, I don't know, does Lindemann's solo project constitute metal? I think there's some metal vibes to it. So I'm going to say Lindemann, the guy from fucking Rammstein.
Till. Till. Yeah.
But yeah, try F&M by Lindemann and Equilibrium's album Armageddon.
I'm going to also again recommend Wheel, Charismatic Leaders. Wheel is just well recorded, well mastered metal. I recommended Zeal and Ardor because it's very different from most other metal, and it's not stuff that I actually normally listen to, because it's not. I find it to be kind of basic, but it's very unique. It's kind of like blues metal. How do you feel about Haken? I don't know how to say it.
Not sure if I've heard that.
They have an album called Vector, which is pretty good. I don't like the rest of their albums, but Falling Back to Earth is a pretty good song. But yeah, Vector is a decent album, I would say. They're kind of like more intense Dream Theater without as many wankery solos.
I really don't like Dream Theater.
Typewriters, right? To be clear, like Petrucci's a good musician, and they do have some good writing. I just don't like. I can't listen to it without cringing. I don't know if you're like that, but
yeah. Well, no, it's the Jacob Collier problem when
a little bit, yeah. Like,
complexity overtakes the music actually being enjoyable. Except the problem with metal is that the aesthetics are also much more cringe.
But that's kind of the fun of it. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's for good metal. It should be pretty much leaning into that,
like Immortal.
That's fair.
Or, I mean, like almost all power metal has pretty much given up on pretending that it isn't cringe, except for Manowar. But I mean, that's at this point, I'm glad that Manowar sticks with the other bands play Manowar kills bullshit, because it just makes Nanowar's other bands play Nanowar gay more funny.
Wait, do you say Manowar or Nanowar of Steel?
No, Manowar. Manowar is the one that Nanowar is parodying. Yes. They're the guys who, Warriors of the World. They're the other bands play Manowar kills.
So, recently, Andrew actually had dinner with the lead guitarist of Manowar.
Wow, name drop. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
He sent me a picture. I was like, who's that? And he's like, this guy. And I was like, oh, okay. So shout outs to him, I guess.
Someone in chat says metal is Eminent one says metal is horribly huge rock. Can we ban him?
No, that is such a good take.
Yeah,
no,
it's
like
a
it
good
depends on what
take.
you're talking about. Okay, like if you're listening to black metal, maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, black metal's
No,
garbage.
normal metal is EQ'd poorly.
I mean, that's
Oh
probably.
yeah, it is
true.
EQ'd poorly, but it's not rock.
No, it's very much not rock.
Guess it depends what kind.
Okay, Blaine, what's your take on Isan, or like formerly of Emperor?
Oh, I never liked Emperor that much. I haven't heard Isan as like a solo thing though. So if you can,
what do you? Here's a recommendation for people who are interested in metal. What's the name of the band that is East that oh my god, I'm blanking on it. Leprous. They're like, imagine you took a decent to good prog metal band and then you put a classically trained vocalist to it. I mean, the voice is, I think
I'm imagining
acquired taste.
I'm imagining metal with Luciano Pavarotti.
Kind of.
Wait, actually?
I mean, like, so this is a person who is a classically trained singer, I'm told, but so can do very high register stuff. But that's sort of the acquired taste part of it.
I'm not sold to this on an initial listen. Oh, actually, another piece of metal. I've actually been getting back into Gamma Ray. I know that that's a super blast from the past, but it's a classic for a reason.
What about Gojira?
I've never been a fan of Gojira. I know that you were like a super fan of Gojira after the Olympics ceremony thing, but it's just never really. I've never really vibed with it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm the same way with Mastodon. Like, I like the idea of Mastodon. I don't really like the music.
I've enjoyed like one Mastodon song.
Yeah, I'm kind of there. I'm like, I like one or two of them, but then I can't really listen to a full album.
Do you guys listen to Baroness?
No.
Griffin has discovered that we're equally insufferable when we talk about metal as we are when we talk about philosophy.
Yeah, again, the overlap in people I avoid talking to is like philosophy, metal fans, Rick and Morty fans.
You know who else?
I mean, again, these are concentric circles.
Yeah. Yes. Who else is really into metal is Constantine, Oratory 1990.
Yeah, I know.
He is played on stage with Feuerschwanz. I think he opened for them. Or he opened for some, yeah.
No, he did open for Feuerschwanz.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Powerlifting and metal.
Yes, but Constantine is not cringe.
Actually, someone in chat was saying that he liked Ailstorm. Where do people stand on Glory Hammer? Because I always found that a bit too cringe, even though I like Ailstorm. Have you not heard it?
No.
It's the other project from Chris, who's left. Similar people. There's an overlap.
Actually know who the members of Ailstorm are? Because like, that's not a band that I would ever listen to beyond just like, haha, they have a song called Fucked by an Anchor.
I said, I've listened to it. Like, I literally bought Ailstorm albums in the era before streaming.
What's
like,
the one that's Treasure Chest Party Quest or
Party
something
Quest.
Like? Yeah.
That one's not so great. But I mean, like, if you enjoy the meminess, you might like Glory Hammer. I've actually kind of found it difficult to get into. Like, I like some of it, but it goes a bit too hard into the.
Says French music just doesn't work past the classical era.
Good take.
I don't agree with that take.
I have a French song that I was listening to recently, and I'll send it to you, and it will make you wish that the French music had not progressed past the classical era.
No, there is good French music out there.
When we say French music,
Edith
do we
Piaf.
mean music that is made by French people, or do we mean something more specific than that?
I think music made by French people.
A significant portion of the artists that I really like are French EDM artists. So
there you go.
Yeah.
I think
French house alone justifies the French's existence.
Okay, now hold on. You cannot say metal is cringe. And it is, to be clear, but house is literally the exact to a 1 same level of cringe.
I did not say it wasn't.
Ooh, Opeth.
And I'm actually not a huge
Meshuggah.
house EDM person, as you can kind of tell from my recommendations. But I do still think the music has some really hard bangers, honestly.
Oh, I do not like Daft Punk.
That is a bad take on your
part.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've enjoyed some of it.
So actually, to be clear, it's not bad music. It's just way overplayed. It's like Hotel California in my brain now.
Yeah,
especially that Random Access Memories album is just
that's what
too much.
Say.
Yeah.
See, I think that yes, it's overplayed, and especially among people like us. But there are just so many good, just like reference tracks in that album that are just mastered so well.
I mean, it's a little bit like Eric Clapton, that one Eric Clapton song that I listen to a lot, which is like, and it's like, it's not my favorite song. I wouldn't listen to it.
I love that song, actually.
It's a great song, but like, it's not. I
very fun to play too.
I've listened to it so many times that I would never go to that, be like, oh yeah, song for enjoyment.
Yeah, and for me, that one that I've listened to just so many times is just the opening song in Random Access Memories, "Give Life Back to Music." It's so spectrally dense that it is like just such but it's such a great like litmus test.
Good dynamic
of, like,
swings.
A
too.
truly great tuning and an okay tuning.
Yeah.
Like I find that that's the quickest way that I can tell if I really like a headphone or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also like, sorry, just bringing it back to French music being good. I find it weird that I've been put in the position of defending the French.
Yeah,
but anyway,
that is weird, actually.
It's really a cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah.
All right.
But Stereolab is like one of my favorite bands ever, and like a lot of their music is just in French. It's fucking awesome.
To get to the Daft Punk thing, like I feel like I can get a similar level of like, this is a good recording from like Steven Wilson albums, and I actually enjoy those more by a considerable amount.
Yeah, so. I don't know. I used to like Porcupine Tree when I was
not so much Porcupine Tree, like Steven
Wilson. No, I know,
stuff.
and yeah, I got into like The Raven That Refused to Sing when it came out.
Not even those, man. Hand Cannot Erase is the album I'm thinking of. Like 2015 and onwards, Hand Cannot Erase is one of the better. Is he still playing with
Guthrie?
Guthrie Govan, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Guthrie Govan joined, I think, during Hand Cannot Erase, and then he was also on 4.5 to the Bone and Harmony.
I think he joined during The Raven That Refused to Sing.
He might have. Yeah, he might have.
That was why I think I hopped on that album, because I was a fan of Guthrie.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Guthrie Govan. That guy's incredible.
But like, I don't like his music.
His own music I don't like, but his music when he's playing other people's music is
sorry.
What?
That's what I was getting at with Steven Wilson. Like,
Steven Wilson.
The musicianship and mixes are crazy, but I just do not like the music.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, I know.
Especially Hand Cannot Erase. That album is
that one I haven't heard. I'll check it out.
Okay, yeah, definitely do. Okay, we should probably end because we've been going.
Someone had a hot take that sort of. Wait, hold on. Someone says, Blaine, I dare you to shout to Chicago while shouting that. What am I supposed to be shouting? I don't know. I missed what that was about. Someone said that we should talk more about music. I think that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, that's
when we have Cameron on, we should talk more about music.
We can have a segment where it's just Griffin and Cameron talking about music.
Honestly, though, I would like to get Doug on to talk about music too.
That'd be good. Yeah.
He's got a very different taste from the rest of us, I think. He's into like hip hop and stuff, right?
I listen to plenty of hip hop. It's just it's not something I usually recommend to audiophiles, because like there's a different palette there.
Yeah, audiophiles are usually into music. Zing.
I'm trying to remember there's some like
what kind of terrible take was that?
Yeah, that's a very bad.
I'm just kidding.
Into music.
No, I have. There are very few hip hop recordings that I enjoy. Very, very few.
I
like the one. I like
sorry,
the. I like the one.
That is an age and a skill issue.
It's certainly an age issue. I like Gorillaz for hip hop.
What?
That's not really hip hop.
Not really.
Yeah, I don't
there you go.
think that's
I like.
hip-hop.
Hold on. Let me see what else. I like.
Somewhat curiously, I like
Wu-Tang.
DMX.
I like Wu-Tang. Actually, I like DMX.
Okay.
Rest in peace. I like DMX.
Hip-hop.
DMX has a. Oh, you said DMX or DMS?
DMX.
Okay,
I like
DMX. DMX has a fantastic Christmas album that folks should listen to.
Okay, not what I was thinking about, but noted.
I also do like Snoop Dogg. I like
I have
that
never
kind of stuff.
enjoyed Snoop Dogg.
But like my preference for hip hop, if I were to have any, would be like like Wu-Tang. Basically, that's basically where it starts and ends.
Have you listened to like even like the most normie stuff that's come out in the last like 10 years?
Can't stand Kendrick Lamar. I hate it. I think it's awful.
You've listened to Bimpa Butterfly and you still don't like it?
Oh, I hated that.
I don't remember.
Why?
I just remember I hated everything Kendrick Lamar that has put out. I've hated.
That record is so well recorded.
Who's the guy that does?
All right, it may be well recorded or may not be. I don't remember, but it sounded like shit to me. I did not like the music.
I hated the music. Yeah, like that's where I'm at with it. It does.
It's so weird to me though, because at least in
it.
Andrew's case, just because To Pimp a Butterfly is so heavily influenced by jazz to the point where
no, it's not. I would not say that's
something can be influenced by jazz and still be dog shit though.
Yeah.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm just saying for Andrew's taste in particular.
Yeah,
like I would probably go so far as to say that it often is.
Yeah. No. Oh, Vince Staples. That was another one that was recommended to me, and I was like, I don't like this at all.
Vince Staples is dope. Yeah, I saw him. I saw him open for freaking. I think it was Freddie Gibbs, and he fucking like Freddie Gibbs killed it, but Vince Staples like literally stole the show, just because he was like not only exactly how he sounded on the record.
It's like modern smart person hip hop, but it's incredible. Like not. Sorry, the funny thing is, so I was saying it's like modern smart person hip hop, and my girlfriend, who is literally a professional hip hop dancer, does not like it. So
first of all, cool to learn that about your partner.
Oh yeah, we have.
I knew she would be cooler than you. I just didn't know.
Yeah. She balances out the. Yeah. But no, like I would be lying if I said that I didn't listen to it, right? Like, but the older stuff, and then as soon as things started going to the
very much
repetitive triplet stuff, I just sort of checked out.
if I recommend you my favorite hip hop album, will you listen to it?
I will give it a shot. So definitely challenge accepted. Find a hip hop.
I will listen to it. Actually, wait, we should actually wait. That should be a feature.
Yeah,
the recurring people should all just give each of the other ones an album to listen to.
Oh, I regularly send things to Griffin.
I know, but I mean like on air, and then we can just talk about it next time.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys, it's getting sent. My
Fred,
favorite
Fred again is one
ready?
that I have listened to that I can tolerate.
Wait, who?
D'Angelo. I have listened to D'Angelo.
That's the GOAT. No, you're done. You're cooked. I cannot help you anymore. There's nothing I can do for you.
There's just nothing interesting about it to me. Another one is Anderson.
That is such a fat cap, my guy. That is just not true.
It doesn't do it for me, man.
My God.
Send me the link. I'll listen to whatever this thing is.
I haven't, to be clear, I'm not sure I've
You're
listened
making
to
me
this
go back to my New York
particular.
roots.
I haven't listened to this particular one, so I am familiar with D'Angelo.
Okay, Blaine, I am.
So I'm saying Voodoo is not hip hop.
I have sent him the best of Stan Rogers. Classic.
Hey, there you go. The best of Stan Rogers. All right,
KZO,
now we're talking.
Get out of my face.
So I should listen to D'Angelo Voodoo?
Yes, you should. It is one of the best hip hop, R&B, soul amalgams of ever. Beautifully recorded, all to tape, but sounds good.
Sorry, I was not about to trash Anderson .Paak. I was going to say Anderson .Paak is an artist who, let's say, a modern. I don't know if you'd call it hip hop artist, but who I definitely respect.
Bro, listen to Left and Right and tell me that is not hip hop.
From who? From D'Angelo?
No, I'm talking to KZO.
I mean, if it has Method Man on it, it kind of has to be, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And D'Angelo literally takes chiefly from, for those who are aware on the call, Jay Dilla, who is the foundational figure of modern hip hop as far as I'm concerned. And he basically popularized Jay Dilla's entire style of rhythmic affectation, but on real instruments. Get out of my face. KZO, I swear to God, bro, do not come at me right now.
What I was going to say is, we've given each other something. You need to give Andrew something, and Andrew needs to.
No, he gave me one. Voodoo, I haven't listened.
I gave all of you a track
Voodoo.
or a record you need to listen to. Voodoo by D'Angelo.
All right. Well, Andrew, you'll have to find something to send to me.
Do you like? Am I supposed to find something that
expand
you don't like,
my horizons?
Or...
No, I mean the goal is to. Like. Well, yeah, it's something that I should like.
Wow. You know, I'm used to like being here and watching chat have a bunch of bad takes, but it's really funny watching chat have a bunch of like bad takes, and like I feel I feel more helpless now that I can't help them because this is something like that actually like means something. You know, like Voodoo is one of the best records of all time, and all these people are saying it's not hip hop. I don't understand you people. I'm sorry.
That was a very New York way of saying that.
I can't help them, just like I can't help you.
Okay.
All I can do is try.
I have to say, Griffin, and I don't mean this to be mean because I know you like this group, but there was a recommendation you gave like a stream or two ago. It was the one that you linked to me, and you said, "Oh, you might like this." It was, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I really didn't like it. I didn't want to say it, and I was like, "I hate everything about this." I'm trying to remember what it was.
Because if it's something that's like really good and like uncontroversially good, then I get to roast you for it.
It was one of the it was one of the ones that you recommended that was like, I'd have to watch the stream back again. It was difficult to spell. And you were like, "Oh, this is like kind of a jazzy type thing that, or jazz influenced, or difficult." Like you had to spell it in order to get what it was, right? Because
was it the Marlowe's Perak?
No, it was not. But that satisfies that. I'm trying.
It was Hiatus Coyote.
Yes, it was that one, and I was like, I hate everything about.
Then I get to roast Andrew Park because that is just good music. I'm sorry. I regret to inform you that is just some good music that you're not listening.
But I have very
specific.
You
need to adjust your brain.
They're esoteric tastes. They're weird, but they're very specific. So okay, Blaine has sent me one. I'll need to find one for Blaine. Joel, are we?
Well, I mean, Joel probably won't be here next week, so it would be kind of weird to give him homework.
All right.
I'll listen to things. Probably.
I mean, I can send you what. Well, you of course you're Canadian. You've heard Stan Rogers, yes?
No.
Okay, well that's vital.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts?
The best folk musician from your country in its history.
What are your guys' thoughts on Snarky Puppy?
Mediocre.
Thumbs down. Okay.
Solid.
Again, it's just like that kind of like Jacob Collier, like cringe overdone jazz kind of thing. Where it's
am with you.
I get what you're going for. The tech is there. You guys got it.
It's fun to listen to.
Joel just disappeared.
Yeah. It's fun to listen to for a bit, but it's not something you can really sink your brain into, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a one song at a time.
Yeah, it's like really impressive, and then you're like, I don't know if I would.
I wouldn't go so far as to say really impressive.
I mean,
I would say the musicianship and kind of arrangement.
Oh yeah, I mean, sure, they can be skillful, but I don't know. Compositionally, I haven't found it just that interesting.
Snarky and Collier are academic jazz. Actually, I would say academic jazz, and this is one I'm going to inflict upon you, is Patricia Barber, and you'll hate it. But you shouldn't, because it's actually quite brilliant. Both of you guys. I'm going to recommend two. I'm going to recommend The Bad Plus.
Well, no, you can only recommend one. If we could recommend two, I'd be giving you more stuff. Just pick one.
Okay, it's going to be
Patricia other one Barber. Will have to be next week.
It's going to be Patricia Barber, and you're going to hate it. And I'm excited.
Bad Plus are okay too.
Bad Plus are great.
Tricia...
I would listen to The Bad Plus over Snarky Puppy. Code Cool, yeah, like you're getting it hard to you. Like it's difficult. It's dense.
What
and
album
music.
by Patricia Barber?
Sure. Code Cool is listen to Code Cool. I think that's the name of the album. It's not my favorite of hers, but it's probably the one that is the most challenging. Like it's music cool? That it's. Wait, is that the name of the track or the album? Smash. Sorry, the album's called Smash.
Gotcha. So Smash, and I need to listen to that, and also D'Angelo's album Voodoo.
Yeah, I'm gonna add Voodoo to mine.
Oh, Andrew,
yes, you need to listen.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Joel.
And you need to listen to Rock and Roll Machine and Voodoo.
Wait, one more time?
Oh, I assigned him.
I mean, I suppose
Norwegian pop punk.
I could inflict Blackwater Park on you guys. Just say you have to listen to Blackwater
I've already
Park.
listened to it.
Oh, okay.
Opeth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Opeth is.
I would agree with that
I
assessment.
mean, it wouldn't be inflicting it on me. It would just be I'd have to listen to it. Be like, all right, well, that's Opeth. Nah.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, so KZO's got me back on his side. I want to see you listen to any track from the newest album from JPEG Mafia. Actually, he might have put out a newer one, but
Scaring the Hose
is the last one that I've listened to all the way through. The record is called "Scaring the Hose," and I think
so. Does that mean that instead of Voodoo
would be scared?
So instead of Voodoo, we should listen to "Scaring the Hose."
No. All I want is for Andrew to listen to one track on camera for people to view.
Right now? Next year.
That's up to you.
Next year.
I think
do it now.
Just no, like put. Okay. What's the name of it again? Scare the Hose.
Scaring the Hose.
Scaring the Hose. I have to disagree with Harchu here, by the way. Patricia Barber is not the idealized stereotypical vocal jazz. That is very much Diana Krall, and they are so diametrically opposed. Like Patricia Barber is literally academic because she fucking sings about philosophy. Okay, is it all right?
Lean Beef Patty is not very good.
The song?
Yeah.
No, Andrew, you should.
I'm listening to "Scaring the Hose" right now.
Okay.
I'm getting. Is this correct? This is awful. I'm sorry. It's just screeching and horrible. What? Like, am I missing something?
Yes.
It's called dissonance.
It's called
That's
culture.
not even dissonance. That's just horrific.
Chat. What am I supposed to do with these fools?
That's just cacophony. That's awful. It's like, am I getting the wrong? Is there a different version of this I'm supposed to be listening to? It's just like a bunch of slapping and then weird, like, rapping over it, right?
Look, if you fail the vibe check, you fail the vibe check. I mean,
like, what am I supposed to be getting from this? Like, I don't understand. What is good about this track? This
okay.
sounds like.
Well, now I got to make a note that I can't tell you to listen to the new Charlie XCX album.
Do you ever listen to Parliament, like Funkadelic?
Yeah.
And you know how like they have some really amazing stuff, and then they have some
stuff
where
they
it's
have
just
some
totally off
stuff.
the rails. This sounds like the off the rails stuff.
Fentanyl Tester is actually not as bad as I expected it to be.
We've completely lost Joel.
Yeah, no, his Chrome has died.
Okay, I think
Camify is suggesting listening to Primus. We all know Primus sucks.
Yeah.
I'm glad we can agree on that. Wait, that's good.
It is a bit memey though. It is memey.
You are aware that is the meme.
No, I'm not. I just don't like their music.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also don't like anything that involves Les Claypool, but
Lacquerhead is all right.
No, the thing about Primus is that their fans, when Primus gets on stage, shout "Primus sucks."
Okay, I'm going to change my Patricia Barber rec to Mr. Bungle, and it's going to be California. Hold on.
I have listened to a song by 100 Gex. I found it to be very unpleasant.
Mr. Bungle's California is the one that I'm gonna inflict upon you guys.
Dude, I remember being like 16 and thinking I was the coolest fucking person in the world for listening to Mr. Bungle.
I know. but I will say Sweet Charity is a good song.
I don't even remember what that sounds like.
Sunchet says, I already knew Resolve had bad taste. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hiding that. Like, I have
Sean is
my taste is like I like metal and I like jazz, and it's like very little in between. I mean, I'll listen to other stuff, right? But as far as the things that I want to listen to, it's typically stuff that falls into those two genres.
Hyperpop is very unpalatable to me.
Someone says Haken. Yeah, like I hate I hate the vocalist from Haken, and the recording quality is not good for most of the albums, but Vector is pretty good.
I think Joel is still trying to get in.
Yeah. And on that terrible disappointment, it's time to end.
That is exactly what I expected to hear when I rejoined.
Someone asked why we're not listening to Baby Metal, because we already listened to all of it.
Yeah, Baby Metal is a staple in this.
Yeah, us being employed by Headphones.com does mean that listening to Baby Metal is compulsory.
Yeah, it's a requirement. Okay,
I do not work for Headphones.com, and so I don't listen to Baby Metal.
We really do need to adjourn because I need to go. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in for the stream. Thanks to Joel and Blaine and Griffin. Always makes my day brighter when I get to hang out with you guys. It fills me with joy, and it makes me smile.
That's sweet. I feel the same.
Yes.
I love hanging out with my friends.
Also, thank you to Headphones.com for making all this possible. It is your #1 place to learn about and buy audio equipment.
I was going to say, you just you said the thing that I was going to say, but I'm fine with you saying it, because you do it better than I do. So,
and also, I really need to emphasize, go there and buy things, you cheap fucks. We need to have our salaries paid. Except for Joel, he does it for free.
If you want us to do audio research, that's the
if you want us to have food, you should probably buy from.
I mean, I've had enough food.
I mean, maybe you have. I've been eating an average of 1,000 calories a day recently.
Buy things on Headphones.com so that Griffin can eat.
Yes,
exactly. Would you starve?
Why me specifically?
I just chose you specifically.
Okay.
Because the rest of us don't matter.
You're the one who's going to garner the most compassion from the audience.
There you go.
Oh, I doubt that, but okay.
No, you definitely are.
I think so too.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe never mind. I changed my mind.
Maybe not the Headphi audio files, but from the rest of the audience.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. And with that, we will see you guys in the next live stream or thing we do. Bye.